Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is day number 2 of our weekly final here for PGI.S, as we have had an awesome day yesterday to figure out who is going to be walking away with a lot of the points here for our very first ever weekly final. And of course, now we are down to the final day of it to find out who is going to walk away with all the moolah, baby. I'm Kyle Laris, and joining me is Avenger and Froz, as always, to break things down. I'm almost out of breath. I'm so excited. Whew. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So it's fine. It's fine. Avenger, how's it going, friend? I'm sure today is going to be as good as yesterday.
I sure hope so. I mean, it's going to be hard to replicate how insane circles we had yesterday. Like, I've thought about it again and again, and it's like, it's a long time ago, or maybe never, that I've seen 5 games with so crazy circles. Back-to-back Las Leones was just the highlight for me, though.
How about yourself, Froz? Looking forward to today?
Yeah, I agree with yesterday's circles. It was a little bit rough for a lot of the teams yesterday, and hopefully we get a little bit more of the neutral circles today to see what all the teams got to give.
Well, gentlemen, we can take a look at the standings here so far for the tournament, as we have our 16 teams ready and waiting to compete for day number 2. And so far, so good for our front runners. Two teams really jumped to the forefront here in terms of talking points. Team Liquid and Africa Freaks currently hold themselves quite a sizable advantage over the rest of the pack here, Avenger, with great performances yesterday.
Yeah, they had standout performances. We got to be honest about that. Freaks with 2 wins and a second place. Liquid with a big winner with 16 kills and a second place with 11, and kills in the other games as well. So overall, these guys have just had some standout performances, and the rest have had, you know, mediocre performances. I want to say Gen G, though, 2 second places and a third, but they didn't have too many kills. In the other games, they didn't have any points, only 1 point and 0 points in the other 2 games. So the rest of the teams are still extremely close. Like, you see Liquid with a 26-point game in the last game yesterday, even down on Virtus Pro. They will literally jump into 50 points with that. So it's still extremely close, and getting into the top 4 is still within reach for the majority of these teams.
Yeah, that's a very good point for us when you look at it. 3rd through basically 13th, 14th, wherever you want to go, can easily make waves today if they have a good shot at it.
Well, one important fact to remember is that only top 4 will go home with money today. So you got to be top 4 after today's games. So look at it. It's super close, but you have, of course, the front runners right now with Team Liquid. Africa Freaks, they got a little bit of a cushion there they can play around with, but I think they're just going to be continuing. Sonics, of course, we've seen them being number 1 so far. Now they're down on 15th, but again, it's super close. So if they get a win here in the first game, for example, that's going to bump them up to maybe a 5th place or something like that. That's going to be sitting around there. So I wouldn't be too worried seeing the leaderboard right now, no matter which team or which team you are rooting for.
Yeah, indeed. We have 5 matches coming at you today, as we had 5 yesterday, to garner the 50 points that Liquid has accrued up towards the top. And it will be 2 Miramars and 3 Erangels to round things out. And then after that, we will know who is currently in the lead when it comes to prize pool earnings here at the PGI.S. So that's the schedule as it does stand. We'll take a look at the prize pool a little bit later on. But before we do that, let's talk about how things actually played out yesterday. Avenger, you mentioned Africa Freaks getting the double wins, and it wasn't just a case of getting 2 wins on Miramar, 2 wins on Erangel. It was 2 wins on either battleground here. So they show extreme versatility when it comes to the battlegrounds.
Yeah, for sure. The last Los Leones ending, though, was a matter of smart play and well thought of rotations. On Erangel, they fragged out. They managed to get into some great positions. But here we're starting on Miramar, and Gen G had 2 second places back-to-back here. So I'm looking at them and really hoping to see them replicate to put themselves ahead here, or try to catch up with our current front runners.
Yeah, I think when you bring up Gen G here, Froz, it's something that a lot of these teams have got to be kind of scared of. When you think about the fact that they got these 2 second places, and also they looked great in the seeding matches as well as weekly final on this battleground, you've got to be cautious of them.
Yeah, I wouldn't take too much from yesterday's game since we had 2 urban endings. It's pretty hard to determine how it actually works out with all the teams. You're going to have so many teams compressed alive towards the end. But Gen G does play better on Miramar in PGI.S so far, at least. That's what we've seen, as you were saying, from the seeding games from the weekly survival games. And so far, it's looking good. But again, we're only playing 2 Miramar, and we have 3 Erangel. And on Erangel itself, it hasn't been looking too great. Of course, they got himself a 3rd place with 5 kills yesterday. But except from that, it hasn't been much from Gen G on Erangel itself, and they got to step that up.
We're watching winning plays coming out here from some of our winners from these games. The Team Liquid was able to round things out in Yasnaya. Africa Freaks was able to do quite a bit when it comes to, again, going up against Team Liquid in another one of their victories. And actually, I'll stick with you here for a moment, Froz. You think that this smoke wall wasn't exactly ideal from Team Liquid to deal with the situation?
No, so basically, let's say there was 30 meters to Africa Freaks from Team Liquid. What Team Liquid did was they put the smoke wall about 5 meters from themselves when they should have put it 5 meters from Africa Freaks. That would have allowed them to have more space to work with and to move up on. And instead, they did the opposite, which gave Africa Freaks all the space to move in on. And because of that, they could take Liquid on a surprise there and basically just hold the angles because they knew that Liquid had to push that. So basically, they crippled themselves with those smokes.
Let's take a look at the prize pool then here to break things down further and tell you at home how all of these teams are going to be accruing money for the championship overall. We've already concluded our weekly survival for this week. However, that will be coming back in a few days time. And then we have our weekly final on the way today. So you can look over on this right hand side highlighted number 1. We have 25,000 for 1st place. And then 2nd, 3rd, and 4th will be able to get themselves some money already. I do believe current standing, Sonics is the number 1 right now. They've not had the easiest time throughout this stage just yet, but I'm expecting eventually a bounce back here, Avenger. What do you think?
Yeah, so they had some rough games yesterday, to be honest. 14th place of 15th and 13th with a kill and 2 kills. But in the other game, they had a 4th with 5 kills and an 8th with 3 kills. So honestly, I think the games yesterday, how rough they were and how the whole situation around the circles and how the shifts were, it was just a complete curveball for them, and they were not prepared as much for it. And also, they had a lot of confidence going into it, and maybe that it just blew it away that this amount of stacked teams and the amount of skill in this lobby here yesterday was just simply higher than that they've encountered before.
Yeah, I mean, atypical situations as well is a brilliant way to describe it here. As we take a look at our top 5 killers for day number 1, and Bolyang sitting up towards the top here for infantry. And this doesn't surprise me at all for us, considering the amount of work and the amount of clutch moments we constantly saw him in throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, Bolyang was constantly being there, super aggressive, and of course you see Longscare there as well. Both of them, we know that they're insane frags as well. And Infantry had a really good day yesterday with a lot of kills, but what surprises me is that there's not more plays from Liquid than Mexi up there, because Liquid had 32 kills yesterday, while Infantry only had 29. So only seeing Mexi up there, that means that it's very evenly spread within the team there.
That's right, 420 for James, very spicy indeed. Klib also getting himself a good position in this top 5 damage. And you know, when we look at Peng, who was able to make a lot of work happen for TSG as well, not too much surprise that he is in and amongst the pack. I mean, TSG yesterday, Avenger, when they get themselves a 2nd, a 3rd, a 4th, I feel like it's a matter of time before they eventually get themselves a win. There's quality on that roster. What are your thoughts?
There is. They didn't manage to get that many kills. They only had 17 in total yesterday, and that's actually one of the other cases. We have a 3-way tie on 3rd, 4th, and 5th place right now with Infantry, TSG, and Gen G. TSG and Gen G both had 17 kills, but Infantry had 29 kills. But TSG, I definitely think here they're going to be able to step up with this, and the amount of damage that they put out as well, you can see here, is quite impressive. So I think they're going to be able to get some decent games today and potentially, vie for the top 4.
Maybe. Get into that money wouldn't be too bad whatsoever. They are inches away from it. Literal inches. Very, very close indeed. But anyway, let's talk about one of our winners from the beginning. And in general, from this win, just the general feel that what we've seen from Europe here so far for us. Faye started off with a win. We saw a TSM win as well. Europe not doing too bad in this format to start things off for week 1.
I mean, I'd say it's pretty decent, but at the same time, if you look at the results from FaceTime, it's not really stable. They started off with a win yesterday, but then they had a 16th, 16th, 12th, and then it was in the last game where they actually managed to salvage some points. But having a win and still being on 8th place, that is not good enough. Not if you're FaceTime. You have so many teams above you right now on the leaderboard that doesn't have a win, but they're playing way more consistent. Of course, the first 2 games, again, was super rough with having urban endings. It's going to spice up the results a little bit. But overall, you would expect more from a team like FaZe Clan.
I guess so. Martin, your thoughts regarding them?
So I actually I saw that Fuzzface went live after the games pretty late at the time there, and he decided to review all the games. And he's kind of started the stream after watching the win, and he paused it like in one of the first games, and he said, "It's astounding how bad we are." It's so the criticism to themselves, the self-critique is quite high, and I think he was pretty disappointed in results yesterday. Looking at the 2 16 places they got after the win, and a 12th with 1 kill only. So those 3 games were not at all at the level that they obviously want.
Fair play, yeah. I mean, self-critical assessment is going to get you far when it comes to these kinds of things, I suppose. But here's our pick'em challenge, and here's the correlation between what we're seeing so far in terms of the current points. Infantry and Gen G, very, very present in both categories, around the same mark. So not really underperforming, not really overperforming where we're seeing them currently. But Team Liquid right now, for us, in first place. Can they hold on to it?
Dude, it's looking good. It's looking really good, I gotta say, because of course they didn't do good during the first 2 games yesterday, which was the urban endings. Often we see one urban ending, we're like, okay, that's a pretty rare occasion. Now yesterday we had a back-to-back. That never happens. So them not being able to perform too good on a urban ending, I don't mind that. But in the last 3 games on Erangel, they were bombing out, and basically that's where they got all of their points. And if they can continue playing like that on Miramar games to start things off today, it's gonna look really good for them.
Yeah, no DA in the lobbies as well, and spoiler alert, no DA in the lobbies next week as well for them. So they are going to be quids in with that. Africa Freaks as well in second place right now, 49 points to their name, just 1 behind Team Liquid right now, Avenger, and it's a stunning rise compared to what we saw from them in the weekly survival. It wasn't that great for them, but here they're on super settings and they're doing well.
They're doing extremely well, and there's only one bad thing about this, is that I didn't have them in my pick'em challenge for this week here after their horrible performance. But they did extremely well, insane performance, and I'm actually surprised that on the first with their 2 first places and a second. Infantry here though, a team that I have picked, they fragged out, and also one of the teams that I actually picked for the most kills. And they are currently on 29, and they're fragging out quite a lot, and they're putting on kills on the board. And they're quite used to and quite comfortable with the super settings and the kind of rules that the kills matters a lot, and they're putting a lot of kills on the board and putting a lot of points on the board via that.
I feel like this is, in a similar vein for us to a team like 4AM, a very rounded out roster. Zhao Yang, 9, Longsker, all the boys in there, very, very powerful and very complete as a roster. What are your thoughts?
I gotta agree on that one. What surprised me is the aggressiveness from them is not too much in the early game sometimes, but more towards the later stage, which is a little bit unusual coming from a Chinese team, because we usually see them being super aggressive already from the start, trying to pick basically every fight. But Infantry, sometimes they hold back a little bit, and it's quite interesting. It looks like they're trying to adapt a little bit to the Western teams and trying to maybe steal a little bit of the strategies from the Western team and put it into their own use.
Maybe. And speaking of those Western teams, I think that we really should talk about TSM from what we saw from them yesterday, Avenger. And the fact that, yes, they got a win under their belt, and we keep repeating this, but Wookie Bookie has been a brilliant stand-in for them and has really risen to the occasion, which I think is fantastic for the roster.
Yeah, for sure. And also him being on a shared 3rd place for kills. Amazing stand-in to come in. The only kind of bad thing I have to say about them yesterday, they didn't go for the TSM chant again. That was one of the best cringe moments I've seen in a long time. that would have been amazing if they did that. But they promised me that they're going to try to go for some more wins today, and hopefully we'll see a TSM chant if they win the whole thing for the final winners interview. But we'll see. But yeah, back to Wookie, and like these guys obviously playing a lot together. They're playing a lot of ranked games when they're home and they're not playing tournaments. And he's already kind of part of the lads in a way where they're used to their like the comms and everything. So I'm not too surprised that they're doing well together, but I'm very positively surprised that Wookie is performing above the level that a lot of people expected him to be at right now.
So, okay, talking about Wookie, there's one thing we gotta be talking about. We all normally know him as the backliner with the bolt action, right? There's no one that can disagree with that. But so far, his longest kill is first and foremost with a nade, and it's 50 meters. That's the Wookie we have seen in the weekly finals here. He's a frontliner right now. He's taking the charge for TSM, and that is great to see, because that means that he's not only being able to play in the backline, but also he's playing in the front line where Fix would normally play, who he is substituting for. So that is great. That will help out the team in the long run.
Yeah, I guess if you're down effects, you've got to flex, because right now, and he's doing it fabulously. So I think it's great to see. Very, very nice for him, and nice for Europe in terms of the performances here so far. Let's talk quickly about North America. They've kind of been middling to start things off here for our weekly final Avenger. What are your thoughts regarding them with Oath, STK, and Sonics?
Well, so Sonics we talked about a little bit. I don't want to harsh too much on them. I think they're going to do better today. Like they have to do better today than they did yesterday. I will say though, Oath they had some good starts, especially in Miramar here. They were able to frag out quite a lot. They were sitting on pretty heavily on the top on Erangel. They didn't manage to kind of turn it around and continue on fragging out and continue on getting into some good positions where they're able to get some kills. But Oath performing at the level that they did, it's quite nice to see, and I hope that they'll continue and continue to step that up. Though shoot to kill, they had quite a lot of placements outside the top 10, but they continue to do some really nice plays, but that kind of translated into getting some kills for them, especially in a Erangel game where they set up a nice trap on the north. They didn't get any placement points, but they still got 8 points, which is far and above what the average is. So that was good to see. So I want to see them continue to do that kind of same strategy with trying to get the frags they're looking for, but they need to focus on also getting into the late game where the big points they kind of combine with the kills as well.
Frost, your thoughts?
Well, talking about STK, I would say I want to see more like the execution we saw him doing on the north side outside Zark yesterday. With that setup, they were basically just taking... Is that a sticker I see on Purdy's face there? Looks like an STK sticker. But no, going back to it, I want to see them do more of that kind of execution. It shows that they have been doing their homework. They know what the teams are going to be doing, and they were prepared for it. And that's what you want to see. Go for those traps, get those kills. I don't care if you don't get any placement points, because we're doing the super settings now. Kill points will matter much more. Look in the top there. We got Liquid with 32 kills. They're in the lead. And they only have 1 win. Africa Freaks on second place with 2 wins, but not as many kills. So SCK, if they can continue doing that kind of thing, that's going to be great. And talking about Oath, I want to see them do more like yesterday as well. They were taking the high ground. They were utilizing that. That's something that is really good. They're really good at doing that. But they got to be able to play when they don't have the high ground as well. How are you going to be pushing people? How are you going to be setting up some smart executions, not just standing and shooting everybody below you? And Sonics, of course, they had a rough day yesterday. It's just a mental reset, come back today, and let's see what they got. Because yesterday, I feel like that wasn't the Sonics we knew. It wasn't the Sonics we've seen so far in the tournament, and we all know that they can do better.
Yeah, for Oath, they're wearing their fluorescent shirts today, so I think that they're going to perform better when we've seen them perform well traditionally here at the PGI.S, because it's such a hard, well-fought tradition. Yeah, we've seen them perform better with those fluorescent shirts, so I'm excited to see how that's going to go down. And actually, you know when you mentioned that there was a sticker on someone's face, or potentially, there was a trend. Yeah, there was a trend for a while in, I think, Southeast Asia esports, where some teams would temporary tattoo their team's logos onto their cheeks and foreheads for a little while when they were at LAN. That's kind of strange, but maybe it's something like that. Who knows?
I think maybe they're going for the kind of the next level and say, okay, so this is a thing, this is possible. So why not go for sponsors now? We will put you on the forehead if you sponsor us. You know, like during games, we expose us, all that stuff. I think it's great. No, but to kind of hark back onto Sonics, I think yesterday was a humbling experience for them in a way where I think they'll come back with even more bloodlust today and really step up. So I think in a way that was kind of good for them to have that this early in the tournament, because if they continued in the same momentum and the same confidence, they're going to have a bad day and they're going to be like, oh my god, we're just too bad. And then I'd rather have it in the beginning of the tournament rather than later.
Yeah, like 11 kills across 5 games is not the Sonics we've seen in the past week or so, right? Where it will be either a win and 11 kills at the same time, or 11 kills on a third place, or whatever the hell. But Sonics has shown that they are extremely powerful. Froz, if I were to pay you 500 euros to have a temporary transfer of my face for a day of the broadcast, would you do it?
No. 100%
okay,
I would not do it.
Isn't 500 not enough? What about 1,000?
Still not enough.
Damn it. All right, anyway, it doesn't matter. It's game number 1 of our weekly final day 2. A huge thank you to Tumi, Zowie, Perrier, as well as Intel for joining us here to get things going. We have 5 games remaining, 5 games to find out who is going to walk away with 25,000. It's Miramar time as we head over to Pansy and Hypoc.
Well, quite the start. Bit of the face-off discussion going on. I don't know what to think about it. I'm thinking about Nicolas Cage now, and was it John Travolta? I don't know. Honestly, it's a bit too early for that. Yeah, God, I dug that out of nowhere. But something I don't need much of a memory for is how good PGI.S has been. Bear in mind, of course, it is presented by Intel, where the gaming happens, and we are live into this, starting towards the southeast, heading all the way up north. Maybe a little kinder circles this time, maybe not. I mean, what are your main takeaways from yesterday?
My main takeaways is that I think you're beginning to believe the Hypoc curse is real.
It's not a curse.
I received a lot of tweets yesterday. I mean, blessing, curse, whichever way you look at it. I just know the players hate me for it. I got some angry tweets yesterday, Lauren.
Look, it ain't about the players, it's about the viewers, right? The viewers loving it.
They love it.
Me,
yes,
loving it. We love a bit of chaos here. Keeps them on their toes. This whole format is about that ability to adapt, that ability to play PUBG where it's not expected, the traditional way of playing. It's so hard to read, and well, Necro's not going to be expecting that. Klib just pouring shots away. The M16, she's a cruel gun, but hey, look, if they get the shots to come through, if they're floating down, then it would be fine. But glad we had a little dip in there with Liquid. That performance really kind of rekindled. And there you go. You've got the most boring circle in the world. Well done. But I mean, it's hope for Europe for me.
Well, yes. And the thing was that I was trying to think about it yesterday. Other than obviously the game ended up winning that tough loss to Africa Freaks down outside the barn compound. There wasn't an awful lot, right? But we look at kind of the previous weeks in PGI.S, and Team Liquid have been very slow to start, right? Once they've started heating up, and historically, the name Liquid in PUBG comes with that kind of feast or famine sort of expectation, right? It's either 16th 0 kills or they're winning games for 15. And it's always sort of returned to that. But the thing for me with Liquid has always been that consistency, right? And now that we've kind of reset in terms of, coming back to now kills matter, and obviously consistency is key here. We're not looking for those kind of breakout wins and you can put your feet up. The question now is, how well do Liquid hold on to a lead? Because the other thing is, historically, we've pretty much always seen them chase, right? We've never really seen this Liquid roster or even the previous with K-Mind really kind of pull ahead and maintain that.
Yeah, I'll let you have it. I mean, let's talk about this circle then, because I think it's something that should play well to the likes of Sonics, who honestly super underwhelming for me since we got to this format. I got to see like a glimpse of them right in, when was it, last week's games, and I mean a glimpse, just purely because they made it through in mad fashion on game 1.
Yeah.
Looked great. I've only ever heard good things about them. You know, the real shop for NA now. This is the team that could really kind of put, you know, North America massively on the radar. Now, that to me is fantastic, right? I love that because we've had our European giants, we've had our Chinese giants, we've had, you know, the Korean killers out there. But I want that big team from NA now. We've had a couple of good teams for sure, but I want that big name. And I feel like this could be it, but I need to see it obviously come through on the weekend as well as the week. That to me is the kind of balance there. So I'm hoping these guys could be it. But we obviously have to see more of it today. The proof's in the pudding, right? There's not too many ways to look at it. So hopefully, considering the circle, they're right in Picado, slap bang in the middle. They get the timing right, they get the compound they want, they get a good kind of chunk of it. Outside of that, though, as well, a couple other names that stand out to me. Na'Vi, very quiet game. Obviously not in full force this time around, but 5 points is wild to me.
Well, I mean, the other side of that, and we touched on the circles briefly during the cast yesterday, but again, Navi's kind of trademark is that slow edge progressive kind of playstyle, right? Both Los Leones circles, you can write that playstyle out. Like, it will not work for you. You come to those late, you're not getting in. It's as simple as, I mean, we have 58 players up in, what was it, circle 4 or 5 or something crazy in one of those Leones games. And then we go to Erangel, and we sort of had similar circles, right? They got set up early for that quarry circle, which was great. I mean, it was a great circle 1 pop for them. They spread wide across quarry, but they couldn't find any early game success, which then, you know, kind of translated to the same problem once again. Once they had to move late, they couldn't clear the space that they needed.
H-Win's got to be careful here. There's a lot of TSM in this area. He may not be aware of how many of the teams over this side. Vard's en route as well. Iroh's gotten first contact. H-Win, this is a dangerous game you're playing. Now, I've seen H-Win, when he's on point, makes it look easy. But then he's playing against Wookie Bookie and Iroh. And already Wookie Bookie's taking the low ground for a little bit of an off angle, which could make it very tricky. And now timing's everything. H-Win's felt that pressure. Good choice to back away there. Maybe feeling, okay, that's a little too much for me. Couple of tags. Nothing too threatening. Gonna get away with his life, at least.
Yeah, mine was ready to come back up. Again, this is a common Sonic spot in a circle like this. Again, a little further east than I'd maybe expect them. It's obviously with the opportunity they had from Picado to kind of fully center up and with not a lot of players dropping over to the west side with that circle 1 pop because the plane was so far east. Obviously, it was a tough stretch for anyone. But I'm intrigued to see them kind of holding on to this side of Picado. Oath, another team. Again, yesterday, I feel like a lot of the, other than SDK and that one game where they're kind of able to successfully set up that camp.
Love that, yeah. On the north side of, you know, towards Zaki. Gorgeous.
You know, the big thing for me was some of the NA teams that performed so well in their region kind of not maintaining the same play style they had, and whether or not they're reading too much into this is going to be chaos. We've got to analyze every minute detail of what's going on around us. SDK, one of the things they did best last year in NA was converting those bad circle games and just farming kill points. And really that's something they worked on all year. So it was great to see them bring that to PGI.S yesterday. It's the consistency factor once again.
Now don't get me wrong. I think consistency is a hard thing, but I think for me it's always that you've got to be able to switch into the correct gear considering your surroundings. Can you actually play to get into a good placement position? Or simply is it time to try and frag out? You're in a position that simply will not garner you, unless you go for the mad send at the end, which again, you're playing very low percentages. Switching into that kind of frag out mode. I feel like infantry have been wonderful at that. If let's say the wind's not there, you'll see Boyak just popping off. He'll find the position. Speaking of, already one of them finding hands here. It looks like H-Win has been able to draw blood towards TSM. Maybe TSM getting a little too invested here. And Vard's in a bit of a defilade there. Hillside rolling down. It's going to be quite tricky to play into that potentially. And infantry continuing to pop some shots. Now, again, some of these knocks will be quite recoverable. They're all fighting for kind of a posturing for the big compounds, the big areas. Longskirt's definitely seen something over there. He knows something's happened, but Vard's in a bit of an open position.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's an easy cross to get him back up, but, well, Iroh's gone for it, and he's died for it. Nine's gone for a huge punish from afar. You can see how far away Nine is on this. That is some belting shooting, and the flush as well towards Iroh. Infantry with a quick start to this lobby.
And it's actually looking like Vard's probably going to... Oh, actually, Longskirt steals that one away from Sonic. So Infantry going to pick up both kill points there. I was about to say Vard probably going to be left to bleed out there. But that's going to feed some
And
information over
Miracle-
to the Sonics as well. Yeah, Hansi. Okay, yeah, TSM just getting picked apart right now. That's all the way over from the northeast, actually.
Look, we wanted to talk about, the different teams and how they're performing. TSM, I mean, I think that Zaki position kind of rekindled some of my excitement for them because, Wookie Bookie's been a star for them coming in, trying to help them out. Oh, actually, hold on. Liquid and Furia close by. Maybe a nade exchange or two here. I see Jeems with one as well. Clib with some suppressing fire, but uh-oh, that's a dangerous place to be and dips out of the car, but only to be able to catch the nade. Jeems, happy with that as a start. Gonna get a quick flush, I'm sure. No one there to really pressure back. Raspu was down in the compound, so Liquid a really clean start.
Yeah, good setup as well. As soon as those tags come in from Clib, obviously the information relayed back over to Jeems. It kind of gave him a free opportunity. A to not overpeak on that, but just to nade out the Bronco again. Just a second angle, even if it's at distance, to secure
nice
that kill.
move.
TSM actually, yeah, TSM pulling down in, and Afrika Freak's actually going to backfill them up here. So
Not
this
bad
is
spot to just
problematic
slide
for
into.
Sonics. I was going to say this is problematic for Sonics though, right? If they don't read this situation correctly, they didn't see that rotation
mean-
from TSM. Maybe they're only expecting 2 up on the hilltop.
But let's talk about that 2-2 split the Sonics have gone for. They have east and west of Picardo kind of, I don't say covered, but they're in a pretty wide 2-2 here. I don't mind it necessarily. It's just, it can get dicey here. These teams are still trying to hold territory. They're playing to the traditional format where it's, try and take compounds, spread out, try and ensure safety even with hard shifts. I don't mind it. It's dangerous around center circle for me if someone gets desperate and goes for a crash. I don't know if they're up to the fight. Maybe they are. Maybe I'm overly cautious considering we saw a bad day from Sonics, whereas this might be a good day from them.
Well, I mean, again, looking at the circle now, I'm going to fully expect them to try to regroup, hopefully, over towards Shrimsy and Tickleton's position. But the problem being TSM making it into Picardo. We know Furia and Liquid are already to the south as well. That rotation is not necessarily going to be easy if it's left late, but Atron and Mime already going to hop on a 2-seater, so they should manage to slip past Miracle.
Okay. The only team I think who could do some damage would be like Furia being on the move at the same time.
Yeah.
Liquid maybe. I don't think it's going to be a huge problem. And actually, Shrimsy going to keep TSM back, so eyes going to be taken away from that. Already seeing the players pulling up. They've made it safely to that compound. In the background, you do have Na'Vi having a little scuffle on the way in, but Na'Vi aren't within the circle yet, if I'm not mistaken. They're still on the outskirts. So they're going to have to fight their way forward, if anything. Now, Triumphant, a little dangerous, but, they've certainly been grabbing my attention during that regular play. Wasn't a highlight team to me, but now sitting pretty decently in the 30s of points, up towards, top 5 territory. Got to be happy with that. That's got to be a decent takeaway here. So Oath, scary spot.
Well, Peng and Sia are actually 2 for me standout players. I'm glad the desk mentioned that as well. They look fantastic. Even just some of those
Peng's
scrappy
got
kind
a
of
mullet,
mid-games.
dude. He looks sick.
Yeah. Do you know what though? He can pull it off, man. He can pull it off.
It's a vibe these days. Like I spend too much time on TikTok. It's very much in right now. It's a real look. The mullets have come through strong during quarantine, and he's called himself Peng. So I mean, and hearing you say like Peng every now and then, a very nice like Londony accent, very strong. Peng.
That's
Peng.
a late noughties throwback right there.
Mm-hmm. About
Peng
3
bro.
people in chat will be like, yes, I know
Yep.
this.
Yeah. Oh, Wookie. Oh, no. Wookie just collided with a ridge. Raspu there. Actually, Clip going to steal that away, so that's a feels bad for Raspu. I mean, more of a feels bad for Wookie. They go into the rat spot.
True.
This spot that Miracu's pulled up in is like the... Yeah, we're going to try and sit here until the end of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's been dead from the start. It looks like as soon as they kind of went in towards it. 4 AM gonna have infantry on the way, and infantry are not afraid of a fight. So again, probably err on the side of caution. 4 AM. They at least have the step towards the circle. They can just kind of fall back in, so they should be safe enough.
You should need infantry actually on the move as well.
Oh, hold on, Hyper.
Oh, what's that? Guys, are you ready? Alt tab right now, guys. Get ready. It's coming. 6BL SFRED B9 Q7. It even has Fred in the middle of it. What are the chances? What are the RNG gods
What more
doing to
could
us
you
today?
ask for? Incredible stuff. But yeah, go get your code,
And it's
guys.
gone.
Obviously, get all your points, and it's gone. There you go. If you blink, you miss it. If you're not paying attention, if you aren't 100% dedicated, you do not get those little goodies that come along with it. So anyway,
Shout
we are
out
seeing all
Fred
the
in
teams going to
chat.
come through. Yeah, you know, if there is one Fred in chat, let me know. Appreciate you. Again, we have to keep eye. Oh, shoot to kill. This is a scary place to be coming into late. VPK7, Furia, TSM. Sonics, where do you go here? They could crash if they've scouted well enough. Otherwise, this is a risky play. And now the circle has kind of moved back into a more favorable area, and they're losing players. Luke 12's down. I'm not liking this at all.
No, SDK making a mad dash actually past the gas station at Halo at a steady crawl. Not actually taking too much damage. I mean, the vehicle taking a lot more damage than he has. They are going to get a foothold into the compound, but not sure actually if Halo is going to be able to regroup with his. Okay, Kildomo's just like Bambi on ice. Look at him just skating around. They could actually get pulled up on here. TSG Shandan on the outside. Jeeves going to find that one free on the way in. See ya. I don't know if he's going to look to commit. Look at the minimap here. There's people just driving around. No clue where they want to go here.
Yeah, they look a little lost. James is looking a little low on HP, and they've just lost out on Ibby, but Clips held the line, but a flush comes in. Good nade from Miraku, showing Oath some of that history that we know with this player. Don't give him throwables. But Triumphant, now they're down to 1, and of course, it's our main man, Peng. Let's have a little sit on board. Get up, spots out Mexi, but he might just having to play this in the most sneaky way possible. This is going to be hard for him to make much out of once they kind of clear through this. No one else is coming by for now. Maybe Gen G on the outskirts. Yeah, because they aren't in yet. If they see this as a weakness, they could try and dive in. Don't know if it's on their kind of agenda right now, but there's still Peng chilling out. Nade comes in. They pretty good beat on where he is. Playing the outs of the house. Gonna dip back through.
Yeah, I think Clib's actually close enough to hear all these audio cues, so they should have him pretty much pinched inside this 2-story. Again, I don't want to see this draw out because look at the circle right now. They are just outside. So I want Liquid to...
Ooh,
Oh,
no,
no,
Mexi.
he not exactly finds Mexi in the nade in the hand. Doesn't even matter. He gets flushed out immediately. So Gen G with that third party pulling up on the hillside here. They did manage to steal 1 kill point away from Liquid onto one of the TSG players and then killing one of Liquid. So just a 2v1 of the compound now.
Oh no, that's... I didn't love that from Mexi. A little tunnel vision, you know, trying to get rid of that player in the compound. However, over here, 4 AM, making light work of AAA. Jay is fit, all gone. Danko as well. Now we can see Jeems tucked up in this battered house, and Peng's coming live. He's looking so much more aggressive, but off angles coming in for Gen G, making it harder for him to make the playthrough. Gonna dip around, and he's actually making Liquid work for this. No easy clear out. Peng is not going down without a fight. At this point, he's still buying time.
Oh my god, he actually nearly got an angle on Jeems there, but Clib, luckily, a safety blanket in the back. Now, this circle could go funky and pull south again here. Obviously, those
It
rocks.
should.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, it didn't pull all the way off it, but again, that was why we see the situation we got down here. So many teams stacked up on the south side. Again, crazy things have happened before. We could never fully rely on it pulling away from where it should, but
No,
a lot of these teams
true.
read this situation well. But again, there's not an awful lot to play for here. There's, what, 3 teams scattered across the south side,
Now-
and they got to find safety.
Now, on that point, if Shoot to Kill predicted this or kind of considered it being an option and they saw a potentially crashable compound, their risky maneuver that lost them Luke might have got them an incredibly strong compound. Now, it looks like Gen G were heading that way but decided to opt for the shack instead. But yeah, again, Shoot to Kill, it goes from a high risk, I guess high risk, high reward. And at the moment, they've got that reward. So good for them. Virtus Pro, not too badly situated either. FaZe in the south. I'm looking at likes of Liquid, a Freak of Freaks, Sonics as well. Should be okay. 4 AM, Infantry and Na'Vi. Na'Vi have a way in. Most teams have a way in, but some might be a little bit more volatile than others.
Gen G now, I mean, they're going to be the ones kind of scrapping for something to play. Belfast's actually going to find Clib there. You can see on the X-ray, trying to reposition in a vehicle. The Liquid's problems continue now, and actually, Gen G going to respond onto Oath a little bit. This is a really tricky spot for Oath. They need to try and relieve some of this pressure from Gen G. Loki's already pulled away to the west. I'm sorry, slightly up to the northwest, but this is Relo and Patcaps essentially in a 2v3 with the rest of Gen G. Oh, did he catch a head?
Should have seen that little pixel. He does, even if he wasn't fully aware of how much he'd seen. Noting the player across the road as well. A little underhand nade to deny any quick push towards, maybe even get a flush. But there are shots from behind, so Oath's got a bit of a time limit on this. Furia is definitely going to have some vision. James is even the one to find
from the blue
angle there, really threading the needle. And James is way out in the blue. A Freak's on the move as well. They're going to have to come past this way. Belfrost and Snakers are in a little bit of trouble now. They're going to be in a battle with the Freaks. And even if they didn't mean it, they're going to be kind of forced into this scenario. And Cat's found. Oh my god!
No
it was
way.
so easy for them. So easy for a Freaks. They made that look comfy, quick, no problem. We'll roll in. You guys can roll out to the lobby.
They read the situation so well. Again, the two split, from Oath really was their demise there. Gen G get all four back on their feet as well. PO will find a knock onto Hikari in response, but I'm not sure how much. Actually, yeah, Hikari is the one that was split away from the rest of Afrika Freak, so looking like he's going to be left to bleed out, unfortunately. They are trying to smoke over towards him, actually, so I'll be surprised if they go for this. Well, I mean, Circle's popping out, so they maybe have a 15-20 second window where they can go, yeah, okay, maybe. The Circle is a little favorable towards their side.
Okay. And in the past, we do know that it tends to move away from rocks. Even mostly those are obviously inaccessible, the taller ones. But actually, hold on, Besto's just been shot through by the 24. Gen G still holding the plateau of the road. They're actually quite, I don't want to say safe. They're not safe, but they're actually somewhat not under pressure right now, which is pretty good news for them. Eyes on towards James. I think he's still healing off in the blue. That's going to be kind of his fate at this point. But looking at the circle, so Virtus Pro, K7, shoot to kill. 4am and, I don't know, potentially FaZe. If they kind of shuffle through, they should be in. Na'Vi have a horrible run in front of them. I'm a bit worried about Na'Vi's approach. Infantry as well. It's just down the rocks, and then even then you're not quite in, and you've got two other teams trying to come your way. Gen G can kind of shuffle forward, but yeah, these guys are going to have a really hard course to run.
Yeah, this is the problem. If you try and play a spot like this to try and make use of the high ground there, once it pulls away, I mean, everybody else that's been forced into the circle, they have nothing else to shoot at. They can just tunnel onto this position. Infantry, problem is, I didn't see any vehicles at the bottom of the rocks there either. So it makes it even worse for them. Even worse for them.
Again, we wait with somewhat bated breath to see the various moves. James is resilient. Look at this brave man, living out in the blue. Mad amounts of meds. I just don't know how he's got so. I guess there's a lot of death boxes around, and he just sees Gen G there. It's not a pretty sight. Furia now going to be cresting the hill. Now the timing could be terrible here, actually. Oh, Sonics might just get away with it. Let's see if the timing's right in the end. H-Twins definitely spotted one. No, he hasn't seen it. Oh, no. This is a disaster in the making. Sonic's in a bad spot here. Shrimzy's going to fall for it. And now the rest of Sonics, do you turn and fight, or do you try and just continue forward? It looks like Tiggleton turned and fought, as Raspu's only found death at the other side. Infantry are now just everyone. Eyes turned towards them, silhouetting on those hillsides. There's no easy way down. That's the brutality of this circle. But now look towards Na'Vi. They're the next ones with an option here as well. James just desperate to heal. He's got 4 more meds. He's cracking on. Look at this boy go. He's a wizard. Harry. Gen G, though, will be starting to pile up a little bit, bring those vehicles forward. FaZe already moved up. Na'Vi looking like they're going for the western side instead. Virtus Pro putting some of their attention towards 4am in the east.
James could actually be a thorn in the side here for Gen G, because you can see actually one member just pulled away. It leaves Loki over at the shack, and James has caught wind of it. He's caught line of sight there. Gen G are going to have no clue that somebody could survive in the blue outside this long, but hold that thought. Furia actually getting into it. Afrika freaks out of the compound here.
Yeah, Mime's there too, I think, and this has been a bit of a torrid battle. It looks like there was actually, James got caught then. I actually don't know who by, because the kill feed gets cut off for some reason with that. Was that PO looking that way? They look that late? They must be keeping such good track of stuff. If they're that aware of it still, brilliant. Now, a name we haven't said too much about because they've been quietly working away is FaZe. And, well, we heard it from them themselves. FaZe clearly not happy with the performance. I don't think many people were. But obviously, at the helm of it, a very, I guess, front-facing member, of course, of FaZe, they'd like to do this. But it would take taking down Na'Vi. Now, you know, Na'Vi may not be at their strength at the moment. But Senya's still a strong IGL. Besto's still a deadly player. You've got a lot of firepower with very little options about to come your way. We are seeing Shoot to Kill and Gen G having a little bit of a scrap, and we're going to see Gen G pulling up here. That's why there's a scrap going on. Uncivil trying to keep the gate safe. Mollies go out preemptively. Really nice work. And look at the state of Gen G. No helmet. Best is broken. Esther trying to get up onto the roof. Maybe a good move, but vulnerability for sure. But getting away from these vehicles might be option number one.
Yeah, that nade actually did a lot of damage to Pio, but Esther managed to reset a little bit. There you go, Kurt's actually going to find Pio with that follow-up nade now. That might be the green light for SDK to come out and clear the edge of their building. The rest of Gen G, a little bit staggered back. Loki's still drifting over along the road. Look at this, Loki does try and peek out, but not enough damage there really for one of his teammates to capitalize on it.
Esther's in a tricky spot to play against if they've not heard it. Now, a knock came towards 80. I didn't see a flush, so FaZe could be able to get themselves back together with a decent enough amount of time, which I think they have. They don't have any direct threats right now. And OK7 might be considering something. Maybe a cautionary nade could be thrown, but that would take moving out of their quite safe compound. Now, Loki's fallen off this. He's tried to back away a little, but merely to his own detriment as he is now out of the circle. But there is obviously a imposter among us. We do have Esther up on the roof looking for a vent. That's an old meme. Esther's still, yeah, geared up on level 1s. I mean, he's not in a pretty position, but maybe he can just kind of live on the side of Shoot to Kill for now.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Sonics actually managed to rack up some kills. They are effectively the victors of that north and eastern side of the circle. Got themselves up to 5 kills already. Decent spot, but I mean, depending on this next pop, they're not going to have an awful lot to move into. And if SDK and Gen G, well, I say Gen G, Esther really can coexist to that compound any longer. What? They got the knock on there. They're pulling up.
Okay, but Savior is being anything but for FaZe, but he's keeping his team safe. FaZe are shredded. Oh no. Oh no. They had 4 alive.
Yeah, I mean, Circle pulls away from them when they get the knock, and I guess they decide to just pin it, but Savior's position, not checked upon, as you said, will be their downfall. Sonic's on the move now. Looks like they're pulling back up to the north now to try and contest Batulins.
Now, VP, we haven't been able to talk about them much either, but as said, not at full strength, but Batulins, his in-game leadership, has been something in Europe that's caught our attention. But it's been hard to see this working out for them here. Maybe this game could be the opportunity. We have 4 teams remaining. Sonics are somehow still in this. They have been in so many fights, so many scraps, and they still have 3 alive. Much better performance than just yesterday. Now, Shoot to Kill, 3 alive. Great positioning, big rotations. K7 dealt with FaZe easily. And Virtus.pro with 4 and a lot of land on their side. Now, yes, the next circle could be an issue for them, but for now, they control the north very happily. Sonics, though, they are using very little to try and keep them alive.
Look at SDK. Like a firing squad out on the ridge here, trying to punish Sonics. And actually, Mime's going to fall here. Alo lands that last SLR shot. Don't know if he's going to be able to get the flush on it, but the time is ticking away for SDK. Their position they're in right now to try. That nade is huge. It's going to flush one out. It's going to knock Tiggleton as well. The follow-up's coming through now, and that should be an opening for SDK to maybe rotate a little bit further. He's went down to a lick of life now. Tiggleton going to bleed. Virtus.pro will punish that knock onto Sonics. SDK on the move now, look.
Time to move up, take that territory if they can, but I don't know if they can. Looking at the position the Virtus.pro hold, they will potentially have vision if they crest over. Batulin, Spyro! Oh, welcome to Virtus.pro. This is the roll it back to the Northern Lights look at this point. Virtus.pro are a scary team. They're in 4... Oh my god, that car.
Oh! What?
Somebody get a doctor. I don't think he's okay.
Can he stay there?
Okay, H-Man. Yeah, just stay there, bud. Just stay there. Okay, Virtus.pro clearing up the lobby. They're on 12 kills. I thought that, you know, Liquid Win looked good. This looks substantially better, and Spyro is banging out shots. We're down to 3 teams now. Virtus.pro still with 4, K7 with 3, and the vehicle man combination, the new hood ornament for Sonics. I mean, I'm not sure how it's going to work for H-Win, but he's going to make a damn good go of it. Now, the circle could be the biggest problem. Potentially. Now, the circle could be the biggest problem for Virtus.pro here. Look at that open ground, and look how much cover K7 has to work with, and they only have to shuffle a little to that circle.
The thing is that VP were one of the... I was going to say, VP got the kill onto K7, so they know they're 3. They still know H-Win's up here. Even if they hadn't kept track of the kill feed, you can see Lou now trying to cruise past with the Groza. It's just a matter of time for H-Win. I don't even know if he can fight back. Oh no. Did he just drop a nade?
I'm not sure. I don't think so. Oh no, Virtus.pro about to swarm him. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, Stepcar, what are you doing? Virtus.pro, though, do sweep through on the eastern side. K7 now. The problem becomes that Virtus.pro got proactive, but I'm liking what Batulins was trying to do there, but he has fallen for that. So now K7 going to try and progress forward. They're going to try and step into this, but Lou's having absolutely nothing. Look at these shots coming out from these boys. Virtus.pro, what have they done to start their day? Because I want some of that. That is unbelievable. Spyro's aim has been unfathomable. Heroes wants a bit of the action. Batulins leading from the front lines. And now just 1 stands for K7. Welcome to the lobby, Europe. Oh my, Virtus.pro. Now it feels like a matter of time. That tree can only keep you so safe unless something wild can happen. And I think we have found our answer. Spyro, 5 bullets. He's poured everything into this game. Flashes galore. Lose there. This is all but over. Virtus.pro. What a way to start the day. We didn't get to see too much of them, Hypok. We really didn't. They were a middling team then. But now, that is the brilliance of Batulins and the boys. We love to see this.
Yeah, massive, massive win for them. And again, that position, as soon as that Circle 3 pop comes through, positioning on the underside of that rock there gives them kind of that safety blanket, right? They're able to pick up quite a few rotation kills. And yes, we didn't see them, but they were ticking away, much like Sonics were. After all those teams needed to come in from the north side. But wow, what an absolute death grip on the late game that they had. Spyro just landing some insane back-to-back shots.
I am amazed by it. Sonics as well, to be fair, big step up in performance. The amount of fights they had to take, 100%. They were not in like an easy position. They didn't have like a centralized compound, none of that. They had to work very hard for that. So for me, I think a good look all around the lobby. I can't really be upset by that. And seeing another, EU team, the CIS Giants here, looking real good. I just want Batulins in the bathrobe. That would be the dream. I mean, if you've ever watched, the European broadcast, he does rock it pretty well. But what a way to start the day. If we've got more of that coming up, super happy.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Some of the teams with definitely our eyes go towards in terms of righting their wrongs from yesterday and making improvements. I mean, SDK ticked the box for me there. Sonics ticked the box for me there. And Virtus.pro as well to an extent. They didn't have a necessarily terrible day yesterday, but it was slow and quiet. And in terms of expectations for that team, it didn't live up to it.
Yeah, I again, just kind of rolling through where I came in on this Liquid. A little unfortunate there, not too fussed about it. Kind of, Jeems did what he could, held back by Gen G, not too worried. FaZe, weird send at the end, missing one of the players. A lot to recap there, a lot to enjoy. Now, I know a couple of people who love the Batulins bathrobe, and here's the analyst desk. Let's head over there and hear what they had to say about the previous game.
You're right on the money, Lauren. I can't believe it. No bloody bathrobe, but here we are with a win. Batulins and the boys from Virtus.pro doing the organization proud here with a massive win under their belt here. And Hyruzen popping off as well. We've got Avenger, we've got Froz to break this down. And let's start from the beginning, Froz. Talk to me.
Okay, so from the beginning, of course we know that they like to drop power grid. They have been contested it earlier, but now no one is there, so they got that all by themselves. So basically, it's back to the basics for them. This is how they play their game best. We see them go on the west side of power grid down to the south there. That's how we normally play it. But there's one thing that is not usual, and that is Batulian was actually on the south side, down in compound straight away. Usually, he would be the one on the north side, doing all the scouting all around, seeing, okay, what is open, where are the teams coming from, what is our next move. But this time, what we saw was that Hiruzen and Spyro was up on the north side on the rocks, while Batuli and Lu was down in the compound. So that is a little bit unusual. It might be some change we're seeing. We've seen some interesting things from VP, and so far, I mean, it looks like it's working out. 18 kill win. That's the highest kill game so far, and highest win, of course, as well so far here in the PGI.S.
Yeah, of course, Avenger, we're very used to seeing Virtus.pro having decent command over this area in Europe, and then to have the compound that they had and then the circles fall their way, easy pickings for Virtus.pro here.
Yeah, that compound is definitely the VP compound. They've been playing in that compound always, either in a 2-2 split if the circle is a little bit further north, or as like one of the anchors going into the next circle. And it's a pretty good compound because you basically get all the kills that is west of that compound, and you can kind of get into the area. If you go south, you can play the ridges where Sonics they played before they were forced to stop playing them. So overall, a really good play from them, but also 18 kills and 7 kills for Hamarusen, their coach and stand-in player, now that Perfectus can't play there. So that's a big game for them. And also, we were talking about this, you know, like all the teams that is outside the top 8, like just get a big game, 28-point game. That is going to put them in there, guys. That is going to put them in the top 4.
Yep, and they are going to be looking to contest for a number 1 at this kind of rate with a performance like that. You mentioned it, Hiruzen doing well. Looking at the subs coming in, Wookie Bookie, we already mentioned him doing well during this tournament so far. So our substitute players here for this tournament really showing up, with VP getting themselves the win here. We'll eventually look at the points that trickled in from that game and see how those rack up against the overall standings. With the amount of kills that VP got, that was a blinder. 28 points. K7 and Sonics managed to get themselves 10 points on the board, but the sponge of Virtus.pro, Spiro's aim was on point as well. Everything just went right for them here, Froz. It was just, a masterpiece.
This is the Virtus.pro that we've seen during the PCS in Europe, and we saw them coming in here, of course, their first time on the global stage here. You weren't maybe expecting too much, but this is kind of what we can expect from now on, seeing that they are capable of doing this. I want to see more of it, not just once, not just a peak right here. I want to see him continue with this performance throughout the whole tournament.
Definitely so. A lot of drive-bys to get things going. Oath in a really precarious spot here, Avenger.
Oh, there was some crazy drive-bys from Africa Freaks, honestly. And that dip was just the dip of death. You even saw, you know, Miracle dropped a nade on Oath, and he got 2 knocks with it and multiple drive-bys. It's kind of a Hail Mary position, though. Like, usually we don't see that played, and I'm kind of surprised that we saw that many vie for that position. But then again, we have a lot of teams that was in the east and the southeast that didn't have too many areas to play from, so they had to go for a Hail Mary situation like that. So did FaZe Clan. They were like, you know what, guys? This is the closest. We don't want to try to go for some of the riches, and maybe even thinking that K7 might be the best choice to breach in terms of that position that they had. So didn't work out well. They had a pretty good grip on it, K7, with, you know, set up all around them. And then this Pants' casting in this situation here had me laughing.
What even was that? For all intents and purposes, he should have been dead, no, for us?
Well, something happened because, as you can see there, he was actually healing. While when the call landed on him, that actually interrupted it. So I guess something happened. He should probably have died there, but he survived somehow. Probably paralyzed in his
He's a
legs
mechanic.
from that, at least.
Yeah, he was just fixing the car, guys. Just fixing the car. It's on fire, but he was just fixing it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But yes, indeed, the winners of our first game of the day is Virtus.pro. They managed to put themselves very firmly in the conversation for winning out the whole weekend with just that one win. 28 points. They previously came in with 24 points to the day. Massive boost for them, as we now take a quick little look and see what's on the schedule, because we've got one more Miramar coming up And then we've got 3 Erangels, the polar bear, reigning supreme on the desert. You never thought you'd see it, Avenger.
No, but I'm happy that they are. They're one of the teams that is definitely able to do, big shifts and big plays and big games. And moving up 9 spots in one game it talks again to how close this situation is here. Like any team that get a win with a lot of kills, they will put themselves into a great spot for this. Now they're 11 points ahead of Gen G on 4th, and they are looking really good for the next 4 games to maybe stay in the top 4 and maybe even contest for the first spot.
Definitely so. One team I do want to talk about here, Froz, is actually Sonics, who got themselves 10 points here throughout this game. I feel like when we've seen them be successful across this week's worth of games, be it in seeding or in weekly survival, it's been them fighting towards the circles through these foothills, etc. And we were there again. It didn't quite go their way in the end, but it looked a bit more powerful than yesterday's games. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it looks way better, but that circle itself is super hard. Them coming from the east side towards Picado's side is also way harder. But they were trying, as you can see, trying to take control over the circle on the east side. But once they tried to push towards VP, SDK then came from behind them and started pressuring them and basically put them down. And they got pinched by both of these teams, and it didn't work out, but it looks way better than what we saw their performance from yesterday. K7 here, though. I want to say that their hold against FaZe there was so good on that gas station that they were not just pressured to play inside, but they were outside and making sure that if someone would push them, if someone would breach them, they would be prepared, they would have the angles, and they knew exactly where it would come from. VP wouldn't do it, SDK wouldn't do it. It would be FaZe, it would be from the southwest side, so they were totally aware of it, and it was so good where they hold there.
Yeah, I'm consistently being impressed by some stuff K7's able to put up. Very, very nice to see them being able to do stuff, especially Lockslock. When one Warlock stands amongst the other Warlocks, he's the Lockslock. And he, we saw him yesterday, and we saw him today as well. Great stuff, great stuff. Avenger, you impressed by some of the stuff we've seen from K7?
Yeah, for sure. They're split going into this. They had a greedy split when the first couple of circles was there, and then they were like, okay, gas station is a good position. In my position, though, the gas station is almost always impossible to win from, because no matter where you have to go from the gas station, you are either facing like an open field with no cover, especially if you go east here, or you have to cross the road where there's already like a dip on the other side where teams are usually holding you from, or if you go west, there's another open field towards another compound. So gas station for me is I want to avoid playing it, but here it got them a lot of points, it got them some kills, but you rarely win from that position unless it ends literally next to it.
That is fair. That is fair. Here is FaZe gearing up to get ready for this game. They got themselves a 5th place in this previous game, but just 1 kill under the belt. Not the best of starts, but hey, a few placement points for us.
Yeah, a few placement points, and they were dropping in the south side, but we saw them straight away going to the west towards Monty where they normally drop. So they want to go back to the basics where they know how to play from, how they play best, because yesterday wasn't the greatest day, even though they got themselves a win. So hopefully they can replicate that, get themselves another win here on one more Miramar game.
All right, it's back to the desert for one more time for this weekly final, and then it's Erangel all the way after. Match number 7 of our weekly final, week 1. Let's head over to Pansy and Hypok for all of the Sandy action.
We'll do our very best for you, James, and we're starting out in the northeast and heading all the way across the west, and a little tougher for the teams that want to go far south, but they'll have to make do. Hypok, we've had game 1. This is the last look at Miramar, at least for the weekend for me. What do we want to see coming into this? It's the final chance to get those points in on this map.
I mean, for me, it's going to be difficult, really. Yes, you can come into this looking at it as the last Miramar game, and some people that maybe, I don't want to say have an over-reliance or maybe a little more confidence in their drop spot or how they're able to read Miramar, but this is definitely going to be interesting to see. I mean, mainly where the circle is. With this plane now, for me, it's leaning possibly towards a northern circle, which generally is a much slower rate of play, right? Again, not really a typical circle in terms of where people tend to drop, but I mean, for me, you got to go out and you got to find something here. You got to find something that's going to give you a confidence boost leading into a wrangle, whether or not it's a high kill game, not necessarily a high placement game. But eyes for me go towards some of the northern teams, some of the default northern teams. So I'm looking towards Na'Vi. Again, Gen.G have their audible drop up here, and I'm actually looking towards STK now. Obviously, they haven't got their Hacienda drop. 4EM have got that, but their audible drop slightly off to the northwest is looking like a pretty good spread right now.
Yeah, most teams will be somewhat happy with this. I mean, as you said, it's a pretty northern circle, so you're going to have plenty of access to it as well. There's no water involved, unless you maybe include Oasis, but I think that'll be just fine. And you're right, this does play to the teams that traditionally come up here a little bit more, I can imagine. I think Gen.G will be pretty happy. Shoot to kill. Very pleased with this, of course, just off to the west of water treatment, and Gen.G themselves just further north. And again, this is going to be probably I don't want to say a slowed out circle, but I feel as though most of the teams on the south cusp of things will have plenty of points of access. There shouldn't be too many problems to find a way forward here. It's just, as I said, this circle has plenty of common endings. I feel we've had we had the water treatment time that was just consistently over there, but I feel those days are past us, but you never know. There's plenty of areas that we have to keep our eyes towards that we know can potentially house it. But let's have a look at the standings as it is. I mean, Liquid towards the top here. I mean, they've been playing fantastically, but outside of that, Freak of Freaks still always relevant. VP, huge swing up to get to third. Gen.G, Infantry, FaZe. I've got to say it, Europe's actually woken up a bit here. Na'Vi still looking off the game, if I'm honest, which is quite unfortunate, but a good circle for them to maybe find a little bit of that form. That could be a good look for them, just to get that confidence under the belt as well. But beyond that, though, TSM, we saw Wookie Bookie having a great day just yesterday, and the rest of the squad pretty much on point too. But I've got to say, FaZe, not too bad, not a terrible look, but Liquid and Virtus Pro, now that keeps me pretty happy.
It does, yeah. And I mean, that does make a good point, right? Anything really down to, 4 a.m. at 30 points. And again, if you're going to draw the line at 30 points, why not down to 26 as well? One win and a big kill win at that brings it right back in it. Yeah. So we've got 12 teams really that are just within touching distance. And I mean, the way these games are going, yes, we had a Freak of Freaks getting back-to-backs. And yeah, you mentioned Liquid as well, kind of having some consistency in terms of placements and high kills. But it's all still to play for. I mean, my eyes go towards teams like, obviously, FaZe, obviously, one game won, and they're sat with 35 points. Again, one more, it brings them right back in it. So, I mean, again, it comes back to that discussion, right? If you want to make a push for things on Miramar, now's the time to do it. Again, just coming back to the drop spots, with that plane being up this high, you make a really good point about, some of these teams that are maybe they have that element of familiarity, I guess, with the terrain up on the north and how they like to rotate. Some of these other teams that typically drop quite far south, and eyes go towards, Oath, that come down towards Leonis, it's going to be difficult for them to transition here. There's so many variables now created by, 3 or 4 teams not being able to get to their drop spot. TSM already on the move. 4 a.m. actually, I don't want to say lagging behind a little bit, but coming up to the 5-minute mark, and they're still around Hacienda. So TSM got to be careful here of how they're split up.
Yeah, I mean, TSM know Hacienda pretty well themselves in all the San Martin area. So if they see vulnerability, if they find a way to potentially crack into that, I'm sure out of any team, they'll be the ones to find that avenue of approach. Now, as you said, though, 4 a.m. still looting away, a little split, but Hacienda, I mean, it's a good drop spot, but you're right, it can be a little tricksy, and Forever is isolated. Now, whether or not he sticks around is what we're going to have to wait and see. It looks as though he is deciding to back away towards the rest of the gang, get some support, maybe find a bit of cover, and just kind of have to give away that additional compound for now. Excluding this, we are seeing Triumphant getting relatively close towards a Freak of Freaks. And yeah, Freak of Freaks are the ones kind of pulling into this. And a trade out to start with. And EJ got flushed off this. It is a 1-for-1 kind of go through. Both teams now losing out on a player. And this is very early to be losing out on players. Pulling up to this. And they are very far, not necessarily far, but they are on the edge of the eastern side. They are one of the further eastern teams as it stands. I'm pretty sure Liquid, Oath, and Co will be kind of going past this. And maybe a little curious as to why they've kind of committed so much for this.
Yeah, it's a lot to pin on a circle 1 pull-up like this. And
yeah,
the 1-for-1 trade, I mean, it's a loss on both sides in my eyes. It's not really a compound worth losing a player at this point. But
No, I'm with you.
Triumphant actually pulling up to reinforce this. So whether or not they want to try and fight this out, or they were just kind of preemptively trying to stop this push coming through from Afrika Freaks. But you're right. I mean, now with 4 AM positioned on the other side, you can see it in the background there. They're going to get all this information, and they can keep track on the numbers. Could be them that is able to capitalize off this come next circle pop.
I never know what to
You
expect
see
with
forever
4 AM.
already.
Yeah, they're a very volatile team. They're a very powerful team individually. Stylistically, I don't know what to make of them. I feel like I've got a better grip on most of the teams in the lobby, but their playstyle is just... I don't know. It's extreme highs and then a fizzle to nothing, I feel sometimes. I mean, we had, one of the players, God V, literally destroying an entire team by himself. You know what I mean? Like, they are incredible individual players. It's just, they've lost a little bit of that shine for me. Yeah.
It's the macro element for me that's definitely a concern. And again, the setup yesterday in Yasnaya's game where they were able to kind of command all that territory and all that space, and it didn't equate to anything. And that was after 2 or 3 favorable circle pops for them as well. So that's what's missing. I mean, throw them in the fray. Yeah, I love seeing them scrap it out. They look really good in those kind of offbeat team fights, but it's the other half of it I feel that's been lacking.
Okay, we are having FaZe Clan keeping their eyes on AAA, but maybe they need to be a little bit more aware as to who's kind of rolled up in the meantime. You have Sonic's now taking the compound over, or at least 2 of Sonic's. It looks like 3 now joining as another player's come through. So FaZe kind of left in a bit of a spot of bother. I don't like that for FaZe. We've seen those rotations being a problem for them in the past. We've been hurt before, FaZe, and, we're scared now. We don't trust as easily. But Liquid, pretty centralized. This is the, I guess, prime claim for those water treatment-esque circles where Liquid currently reside, so maybe happy with that for themselves. Outside of it, who's on the outskirts? Let's see. Is everyone into the circle? My eyes look for Na'Vi, basically. Where are Na'Vi? They'll be working their way
for the
in.
yellow
They'll be
tags.
coming in. Yeah, I was like, okay, I've got to have a little look around. Yeah, they're working in on the quiet western side. They might have a little exchange with Fury if they go further south, but they should be okay for now. It should be everyone coming in. And again, the circle has plenty of routes in, plenty of avenues of approach. There shouldn't be a problem.
It's actually a big move for Liquid here. Again, they occupy the magnet compound up to the north of this, all kind of overlooking the entrance of water treatment. And SDK actually pulled away. I think they moved, you can see on Civil, and I guess Kurt over on the mini-map off to the west. Now, this 2-2 split, I mean, how many times have we seen the circle just favor this area? This 2-2 split is deadly that Liquid can occupy here. And the good thing about both these compounds is you can sort of defend a crash on either side, right? So both compounds complement each other nicely. Actually, I'm still putting a little bit of pressure onto Ibby.
Free vest. It's fine. He's
upgrade. That's actually a level 3 upgrade there.
Yeah. Must be nice. But you're right. Shoot to kill are going to be aware of this, and if they did peel away from that, a little surprise. Maybe they have a different consideration to keep in mind here. But yeah, Liquid currently, I feel, hold a incredibly good compound. Depending on this next circle update, we've got, about 5 seconds until it shifts. We'll see if there is any kind of wildness to this, any hard shifts. Again, most teams kind of playing standard. Okay, pretty far east, actually. That's changed things now. So water treatment's in, but mostly the south portion. It's Hacienda in the middle here, and San Martin. This is actually quite a sketchy circle for some of these teams.
It is indeed. I mean, Afrika Freaks' pull-up now isn't looking so stupid, to be quite honest with you, because Triumphant pulled away from that. Sonic's on the move. They're going to head straight back towards San Martin and get an early move here, so maybe you're going to try and get ahead of the crowd, but VP actually rotating parallel to them. You can see K7 off in the distance as well. Actually, they could all congregate on this crossroads here.
It looks like Virtus Pro will be trailing the others. See how far they take this. It looks like Sonics were heading straight through town, so they could take that slightly, not disconnected compound, but there's this like small area somewhat in between.
No, they're not.
that'd be pretty bold at this point. That'd be a
Yeah.
blind send as well. You can't fully scout Hacienda as much as they'd like. It's a big area. You could have an idea. And if you're 4am, do you sit in this 2-2, or do you fall in towards Hacienda itself? Or I mean, it's valuable. They've got a nice north-south control, but super crashy.
Well, that's the thing. We were just talking about the strength of Liquid split, right? The split that 4am has, they can't kind of help out both sides of it. There's not great sight lines to stop a crash on either one. And again, you know, at the same time, I put 4am in those scrappy positions, and you know, I know where I'm putting my money, but that's a wide split to try and maintain, especially now with a weird circle pop. You know, there's going to be some teams that are just going to say, yeah, we're screwed on that circle. We've got to send it as 4. Let's find something inside. And that's when you know, if you spread too thin and it's only 2 people, maybe 1 person holding down a compound, you can get overwhelmed.
The moment, eyes towards FaZe. Checked in on Na'Vi. I think they're just behind FaZe. They're in the blue, opting for a more pacifist approach, I guess, you know. Don't want to cause any harm. Furia slightly further ahead. You can just see one of the players in this kill demo just leaving the minimap there. So Furia kind of being the guinea pigs of this route for now. We'll see how it fares for them. See how far they take this too. Virtus Pro in the south as well. Again, I think it's just AAA that are towards the north. But because you guys are being so nice, and you know what sort of day it is, you know, very giving, very caring for people you love, have a little promo code. Treat yourself, you know? We love you too, you know?
Yep, Fred passed this one on himself. It's X3V5 XL4S H7AK. I'm sure it's already gone. You guys have probably already alt-tapped. Somebody's redeemed it somewhere.
Quick.
They're so quick, man. So quick. I glanced over the chat, and it's by the time I've stopped reading it, people are already like, yeah, expired. Thanks.
Yeah, look. The code goblins appear, you know? That's it. They just... That's their one job in life. That's all they do.
Easy 1K. There we go.
There we go. Good job, guys. Well done. And it's gone. Damn. It do be like that. But we're looking for that circle update. Again, 16 teams, 62 players. When we don't have the fun circles, the lobbies tend to go like this. The first kind of 15, potentially up to 20 minutes. It's not very quiet. It's safe in the fact that there's a lot more playable area. There's not half of it cut off by the water or unplayable terrain. It's a lot more viability unless someone makes mistakes, which can happen. People can do those blind sends and go a little too crazy. We're having to have to keep our eyes on Virtus Pro here because they're right next to Infantry, who are not a quiet team. Spyro with a quick turn, get out of there. Yeah, they were fancying going further, but decided against it.
Yeah, the timing, rather unfortunate there, actually, in our rotation. It's actually Longskirt going to get picked off by Savior at distance. Actually, the tag's coming through. He might even get confirmed.
Ooh, that's close. Yeah, he's just about been saved, I think, by a smoke for now. Whether or not they can cross and get the res, it looks as though that's the case. It looks like they've just about made it there. Longskirt should be picked. Oh, has he seen enough? He's considering that he's trying to get the res outside. He's spamming away at it. None of the bullets came through, but that got close as anything. And now the circle has centered up a bit here. You know, Hacienda's a little further towards the southwest of it now, the central point. Imagine if Freak of Freaks are in the slap bang middle. They had a fantastic read early on by sheer luck, good consideration, good knowledge of circles. Who knows? But what I can tell you is they are in prime spot now.
Yeah, they are. I mean, my eyes go back towards 4am, who I've just seen pop up in the kill feed, and my concern is whether or not they've held onto that split for a little too long, a little overzealous with the control there. Actually looks like they've tried and reinforce back over to the northern side of the split. STK got this knock. You see, actually, they're trying to move on this. They're trying to progress forwards, yeah.
4am already have their nades down. They expect a bit of a push coming in here. Nades come through. Luke 12 has managed to pull up, and forever. Oh, what? He didn't get the shots he needed. Uncivil somehow gets the job done first. And I'll lose a little bit baffled. And actually, this is not going well for 4am. Yes, the nades found its target, but they're losing players by the dozen. Now down to 2 for shoot to kill, but the flush is coming through. Kurt's just right there, but the answer comes right back in. There is no love lost between these two.
Again, it's a bloody fight. SDK will lose 2 in the fray. And actually, Tiggleton going to get a knock onto Alo from range as well. So again, all that information is still going to be fresh, and TSM pulling up on this on the backside. Everybody seems to want a piece of this compound right now.
I mean, if you see a vulnerability, if they've seen this fight go down and they understand what's going on, why not maybe able to count it out and see how many still trying to hold on to this? And Kurt's going to have to do his best to try and just stay alive at this point. Liquid even maybe considering it. This is a dangerous spot, though. Pack Caps going to tap away. Balefrost going to dive in. Jayers? Oh, my lord, the hillside above. Jayers just rears over the ridge. Has a little look down, spots a freebie on Bale, and now just bails out himself. So, no worries there. Eastern shift. Again, Afrika Freaks are laughing.
They are actually. That actually cuts out 4 or 5 teams over on the southwest corner. Kurt now finds himself outside the circle versus the 4-man of TSM that pulled up in front of him. Again, just going to have to play his life out there. Lose somewhere. Getting a double knock with those nades onto Furia and the confirms. Look at this. On the outside, and Liquid on the move also. They're actually going to pull up. They're going to get this hillside for free, seemingly.
Bad. Yeah, this is a really good shout.
I'm worried about AAA, though. Look at the minimap. If AAA have got information on that pull-up.
Where else could anyone go? I'm looking at what does Sonics do, what does Gen G do, what does Na'Vi do, what does Oath do. This is where it gets sketchy for all the other teams. Na'Vi in a fight on the edge. Now K7 going to take the fight to them, but 5 HP is all Zanan has, and he tries the best he can. Took down Tab, but Orange a little too strong, a little too well established at this point. FaZe diving in as well, lobbing down nades. No European friendship at this point. There's no time for that. They need points and they need it now. They need safety on the next circle too. This is in the southeast side. So K7, FaZe still having a scrap on this. But keep in mind, Infantry and Triumph still hold the main entryway on this portion. Where's the rest of FaZe? That's only 2 of them. Oh, the rest are way up in the north. Okay, I was like, wait, are they down to 2? I didn't see them die. Gen G? Gen G? They're crashing! They're actually crashing. This long skirt is baffled, and so am I. Unbelievable. Mine found in Nonix, so Gen G's wild push has suddenly been called a little too quickly. Pio and S are here, though. And Pio's got the angle. Oh, my word. He's about to spray it down. He does break down the door, but on the window. Good adjustment from Bolyang, one of the top fraggers that we've seen so far. The man is wild when it comes to it. He's got big boy aim coming out, but Gen G, I can't believe that sort of push.
Yeah, desperation sent in there. Pretty much everything occupied in this circle. Zhao Yang actually going to get a little bit of company. Yester just decides to run in, hip fire in the AK, and he will pick that one up. So we'll get a consolation kill at least. I imagine they reset and got that other res. Yeah, you can see Bolyang and 9 back on their feet over in the other 2-story, but yeah, just sheer desperation. It's like, okay, well, we got nowhere to go. Pick a compound, let's hit it.
Esther in these rooftops. A lot of games he's been on that roof. Yeah, he does. He's Assassin's Creed. He's just having a good time. Svit trying to have a good time himself, but Fuzzface now has to back away, find a new angle. He loses the fight. Svit wins that. Now, where is the support on this one? Fuzzface was on the other side of the road. 8C has been trying to keep Liquid a little bit more humble, but AAA just folded towards them. Now, I do want to see the success rate of 8C on here. Now looking a little bit more isolated. You can see Gustav and Uber trying to help out, but 8C has found Jeems. So a big pickup considering the circle has just moved to the northeast side.
And look, actually, Uber and Gustav are both shooting towards Liquid as well. So 8C relaying that information after the knock comes through. I mean, if Uber and Gustav have a vehicle, they can potentially get back up because this circle is pretty favorable for 8C's position. Unfortunate Fuzzface has fallen. Esther still doing rooftop things. 9 and Bolyang just desperate to try and flush him out. Oh, no. He's going to have heard that. He heard the pin get pulled. He dropped a nade on top of him. It could kill his teammate if he comes past.
Oh, Bolyang's okay.
Okay,
he's
did about
okay.
half damage, yeah.
It's still 13 teams. This is a very lively lobby. And Sonic's looking like they want to try and get involved here. Try and maybe unseat Afrika Freaks from this comfortable position they've maintained with merely 3 for quite some time. We saw them commit to this very early on. Lost a player for it, but you can see what has garnered them. And now they set up their defense to try and deal with Sonic's moving into this. Mime, Shrimsy, H-Win, all taking the position, trying to work forward, utilize that smoke on the cross. And Afrika Freaks still have their attention turned elsewhere. You can see them trying to look out towards these fields and might have to be a little bit more careful as to what's in front of them this time.
Again, do have the numbers advantage, but they are the ones that have to push towards Afrika Freaks if they want to clear them out. H-Win's just going to pre-nade off that window, but Only get met by some
Yes,
damage from Hansia. Hello, what? They're pulling up on reload here. Wookie down to 1 HP here on the other side. No, they're both inside the same smoke.
Wookie was so low though. His HP just soaked enough of the damage there, and FaZe are taking chunks out of Liquid. And now TSM's pull-up has gone pretty poorly. AAA, Oath, it doesn't really matter. They have not really found any sort of home to reside in. Liquid still trying to hold on to this position. You can see them in a little bit of a poor spot here. FaZe have been just single target focusing them. Rillo does get the flush towards Wookie Bookie. And again, we're still waiting for the resolution of the Sonics push. It looks like Furia have found their end. And again, in waiting to see the desperation plays come out from some of these teams, because there simply isn't... Speaking of desperation,
Yep.
hello, K7. We're all in the vehicle.
And it's smoking already.
Doesn't look...
They're still alive. I'm amazed. Okay, there you go.
Did you order, like, a free bit of feeding there? Here we go, K7. Just Lockslock, I think, alive at this point. The rest got culled on the way. Trying to get off a quick heal, I'm sure. And while this happens, would be the perfect time for Sonics to push up and clear. They need to go now. They need to capitalize on what's happening. This is going to be madness. Shrimsy does find Hansia. This looks like a Freaka Freaks are down and out. Yeah, down in 11th. They held this compound for so long. They tried to keep control, but it's too prime of a target. And Tiggleton's nade is just perfect. K7 gone, big compound gained, but the circle just trickles away from them again.
Yeah, not an awful lot to play. I mean, they could play the south side of that hill, but it looks like they're actually going to try and clear out Oath here. Snake is going to lose his life over at the hay bales and pack caps. Last man standing for Oath. Not sure Sonic's actually noted a second player over there. I mean, they should have some more sort of idea, because obviously they got the knock onto Snakers. Clip, meanwhile, actually going to get a long distance spray down with the barrel onto Svit here. Jay is trying to respond onto it. And actually, Clip's the last man standing for Liquid. I'm not sure when that happened again. Was it FaZe just given the time and space to pick them apart?
Yeah. No one having eyes on FaZe let them get away with absolute murder on towards Liquid. And now into the lobby. Let's have a look who's left. We've got Triumph still sitting quite comfortably here. They're in a good enough position, it looks like, with 3 alive, if I'm not mistaken, unless I'm missing one. Sonics, this could be a big game for them. 4 standing, 7 kills, but Virtus Pro, now I think they're down to 3. Let me just have a little quick look. Yes, 3 standing, but decent positioning. Could get over one by Triumph if they push that way. Sonics, I want to see those next steps, because this is where it gets tough for them. They might have to go into frag out mode, because there's no cover here for them.
Yeah, they're trying to smoke their way all the way towards Pat Caps' hay bales. Tiggleton, I guess, just trying to maximize the value out of this rooftop position while he can until it's out of the circle. Well, yeah, Shrimsy will actually find a knock onto Miracle here. They're trying to make a similar move towards Pat Caps.
Everyone just wants to be around Pat Caps, man. Yeah, I mean, Sonics are forging a path. It's a really treacherous one. You can see them utilizing that smoke. So many committed already. This is going to be a step-by-step scenario. AAA have already got their hands filled with TSM. Nade comes out. It does a bit of damage. Yeah, it's kept them away for now. 2 big tags come in, and that's going to keep at least a bit of a slower roll on this, but fire from the backlines, AAA. Again, making it hard work for Pat Caps. Nades, mollies being thrown back in. None so far have found Pat Caps, so he's going to stay as pinned to the ground as he can. But Sonics, there's a time limit on this. Those smokes are about to dissipate. They can be left in the open with maybe a couple of rocks here and there, but Virtus Pro are in trouble. They're now getting engaged upon. We said the Triumph might push out of the compound, and they are. Heroeson's putting up good numbers towards Volleybed. Pat Caps finds H-Win, and here we go. There's the nade from Peng, and it's going to be VP down. Now towards the top 5. Sonics, I don't know if they can do much about that player being knocked. H-Win might have to accept his fate here because they're under so much threat. They can't get rid of Pat Caps. They're struggling so bad on this.
Yeah, Pat Caps is prone with this AUG. He's able to lay so much damage onto Sonics. They can't really respond. They can't spot him. See, look at the bush just blocking the vision for Mime. He will finally get found out there. Tiggleton going to put his 5th kill up and down to the top 4 now.
Great work. And now Sonics, this is where I want to see them take strides. They fought the hard fight. This is it, right? They got to that ledge. They put down that smoke wall. Now, keep in mind as well, though, that was a mad amount of utility committed. They did not have... They do not have many smokes left, I'm sure. So if this circle gets really, really problematic, they could be in a spot of bother. But Ice towards AAA, they have to make their move. We've got 2 fights essentially. Triumph against FaZe and Sonics against AAA. They're the 2 to define the last probably 2 teams in this. Now FaZe have 3 standing, Sonics have 4, AAA 3, and Triumph with 2. So take what you will from that. H-Win, what?
That was a disgusting knock.
How? How are they getting away with this? AAA probably left scratchy there. Sia, the creep up from Sia. Has he been noted yet? 8C, wide swing. 8C just gives him the backhand. You don't get to mess with 8C today, apparently. So that's going to be a problem for Triumph. That was their whole set play, try and get him in on that low ground. But back towards Sonics, they now know, okay, well, we've got TSG here, FaZe here, AAA here. They know where everybody is in this lobby.
Yeah, actually, they're able to reset and get that res down at the hay bales. Now, that is problematic for Sonics. They need some space to try and deal with one of these teams. And right now, I mean, AAA can stay at the hay bales as long as they need to because it's inside the circle. FaZe and the last member of TSG, meanwhile, do have to make moves. And I mean, if Peng dies, actually, that's going to give an opening for FaZe to kind of sweep south along that ridge.
Oh, he's found Trimsy.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, and you're right. It's that the wider positioning, but Peng can't survive in the blue. Once this starts hitting, it hits hard. He's found Gustav. He's put up a great last stand, but HP's too low. He's gone down. Now, FaZe looking to probably get that res in as fast as they can, just in case Sonics had crept up. But I don't think there's going to be time for it. By the time they get to the top, I don't think they could do much. So Sonics at least has the south portion here. AAA has very little cover to work with, but I guess something, and they're still in. H-Win's position, if he can land more shots like he just did, I mean, they are not going to be peeking too happily, but look at the state of his gear. Vest broken, helmet red. He is not sitting brilliantly. And utility, I didn't see Nate, I didn't see Smokes. They are in a very precarious spot, and I'm not seeing Shrimsy or Tiggleton trying to heal up here unless they are somewhat out of boosts as well, or stims. I don't know. FaZe are going to be forced to fight on this circle, though. This is going to be a big battle. I know FaZe have been in battles constantly. Liquid's been their detriment. A little more utility, but gear just as broken. And these 2 veterans of war by this point now. Nades coming up. Flash is going out. It's all they've got to play with for now.
Yeah, FaZe actually stacked up. I'm glad to see Sonic send another member over to the eastern side of the hill here, but FaZe is trying to get an opening with one of these nades. Obviously, FaZe 8 has cut right in between these 2 teams, so FaZe Clan need to fight for this next ridge over, but Sonic's already reinforcing on this side. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. H-Win still looking back over towards AAA, so Tiggleton, Shrimsy, and Mime have nothing else to worry about right now.
Yeah, Uber's still trying to keep track of AAA, but again, with the player disadvantage, you're going to have a 2v3 essentially. AT desperately wants to use this low ground. You can see him trying to find a way around for it, and he might be able to slot in slightly, but you can't feel as though he'd trade effectively on that. There's so few options, and that blue's going to shuffle him forward. I'm seeing AAA slowly encroaching as well. It looks like Gems has made it to the foot of the hillside, which is more problems for FaZe more than Sonics here. H-Wing can stay safe unless AAA suddenly swings south. But they're in the open. I'm seeing flashes, not smokes. Maybe they're out of utility too. Uber's going to have an angle on this pretty soon. He's going to have just that ridgeline to play with. H-Win's found one. Now we need to look for the others. Here we go. Uber's in on it. This is AAA going to get absolutely smashed. But Gems, he's found Uber at the top. This is now game time. This is now game on. And there goes Tiggleton to get the flush. Okay, we're down to 2. A 4v3. FaZe up against Sonics. And now Sonics, look, they've pushed up. They've backed FaZe to the blue. FaZe have so little room to work with now.
Yeah, that's it. The flashes come through. H-Win looks like he wants to aggress on this, but the rest of Sonic sweeping back down to try and deal with Gustav and 8C. This is going to be a fight that's decided by the high ground. Uber now pinned to the back. Shrimsy and Mime both find a knock here. Uber the last man standing for FaZe Clan as Sonics close in.
Don't doubt Uber. There's always a chance with this man, but it's going to be such a tough battle for him to try and work out. So little HP, no meds to really work with. A couple of bandies, and that's it. He sees a few, he sees another, he gets down. Mime, he's doing work, but too many players in front, but a valiant attempt. But Sonic's finally stabilizing after a couple of shaky performances. They get it going, and in some fashion too. Plenty of fights on the way. That smoke wall, clearing out of Freak of Freaks, getting past FaZe. Good positioning at the end. They don't make their wins look easy for sure, but when they do it in style.
No, some really, really good moves from Sonic. Again, clearing as they go. They had to fight for that compound again. you know, luckily given the opportunity to third party to fight between, was it K7 and Africa Freaks, whoever pulled up on the backside of the long building, but I guess the war of attrition ends up in their favor and they're able to come back. And again, for me, that previous circle, it looked like clearing pack caps is the right decision, right? But it just goes to show they were able to reset, take a step back, get control of the hillside, and that ultimately was what got them that win.
Okay. North America's waking up. We had FaZe in second place. Honestly, this just gets me excited for Erangel now. Like, I know we got to do the, like, post-game and all the fun stuff and all of that, but, like, honestly, if we get all these teams coming online, this is going to be a sick end to the weekend. Those next couple of games. Well, how many do we have? 3 Erangels coming up after this? So, as said, the better these teams get, the more comfortable they look, you know, the stronger they're closing out. Good news. This is all good news to me. And beyond that, though, we've seen a couple of additional teams. Triumph is still just constantly around. I keep seeing them towards the end. They may not be getting the wins, but they're certainly staying in there. AAA, decent performance. But to wrap it all up as well, for Miramar, at least for now, let's head back to the desk to give you guys the breakdown and all the information you might need.
That's right, thank you. It was only a matter of time here. Sonics managing to get themselves the step up, and oh boy, did they do it in great fashion when it came to not only the kill points, but also the tactical awareness of where other teams were moving at the right times. I've got Avenger and Froz here with me to get things going. Froz, it's looking good with Sonics now pumping on up.
We talked about it. Hypuck was mentioning it just when the game started. All Sonics need is a win to push them up towards the top, and I believe that's just what we saw and witnessed there. No, it was great to see what Sonics did in the last game there, and I think we're all looking at the breach from K7 onto Africa Freaks, while Sonics would take advantage of that, because we saw that Sonic was coming in from the blue, from the west side. But one thing was for sure, they were waiting for K7 to make this breach. They were expecting it. Shrimpsy was looking at K7 the whole time, and K7 couldn't really crash anywhere else. So they were expecting them to crash Africa Freaks, and they were just patiently waiting for that to happen. When that happened, that's when he took the opportunity to take advantage of the situation and take down Africa Freaks. On top of that, take over the control of their whole area, and then just win the game from there.
Yeah, moved towards those middle of the circles. And Avenger, when you're looking at a 4-man roster of Sonics alive in some of these circles, I'm not sure there's other teams I would favor in some of these final moments. They look really on point when it comes to the final team fights.
Yeah, if Tickleton doesn't die early, they're definitely able to frag out. No, jokes aside, they were able to really to pump it out well here. We've seen multiple of these guys, like Mime has been fragging out. Shrimpsy had some insane clutch moments as well, and Atrin was one of the top fraggers in our ranked decision matches. So these guys are very, very capable players, and as I said in the opening show, I think what they had yesterday, their kind of humbling experience, has just kind of enabled them to kind of reset their minds and really showed up today. Obviously, the K7 breach enabled them to push onto Africa Freaks and K7 in that situation. That enabled them to get into a really good position here. But I think that was super well thought of. Like, they planned this nicely. They kept 4 guys alive. They didn't push until everybody else pushed it, because they knew that this is one of the last compounds that is in a good spot to kind of play and kind of breach. So other insane breaches in other news. Insane breaches from Gen G. Esther played the roof, managed to get another kill, and managed to get a few kills out of this. I think it was 3 in total, yeah, before he died in 14th. So a few points for Gen G. They need to have some good games on their angle to keep the top 4 spot, looking at all the teams at the moment.
Bring back the excitable Korean commentary as well. We just heard it in that moment. It's fun listening to Caster Park and the lads. Very nice indeed. But oh, geez, some of these nades coming in. Tiggleton really connecting very nicely. And in the final moments, we have FaZe and attack all angles from this as well, all around even, I should say. And I mean, AAA up towards North was holding on strong, but FaZe is split into then surviving to second place. Froz, this was a bit ridiculous.
I think it was quite interesting to see both AAA and FaZe towards the end there. AAA went for El Pozo while FaZe was going for Monte Nuevo. So both teams were on the west side when we started the game. But we saw during Circle 3 when it hard shifted to the right, to the east, how FaZe went for the south side, AAA went for north side, and basically they met in the end game there. What FaZe did so great was with the rotation on the east side was that they did a 2-2 split with TSG in between them on the crossroad there. So basically they had the option to go both north or south depending on where they wanted to go.
Well, let's take a look at the points going in from this game and see what's happened for Sonics, because they get themselves a boatload of points. 24 go their way. They're on 26 before all of this, so they're going to be joining that top pack to rival for positions up there. Likewise, though, so are FaZe with 13 points after coming in with a 35-pointer before this, Martin. And the top pack is getting thicker.
Yeah, the top pack is definitely thickening up here, and another team to join in the 50 points club. I think FaZe will end up in 48, and it's obviously with only three games to go. It's getting harder and harder to kind of breach into that top here. But we need to see Freaks, we need to see Liquid, we need to see Gen G and VP. They need to have some more good games to kind of hold on to this, because there's more and more teams that is kind of joining in on the action, joining in on being able to put on some points on the board here. And Tickleton with 7 kills, a nice performance by him here. Shrimps with 4, of course.
Oh, very, very nice. Uber and Gustav getting themselves 3 alongside JS, and the split, as we were mentioning, from FaZe was insane. Fuzz went down pretty early, but the other lads from FaZe were able to put in big work to try and get themselves into a playable position, because it was by no means easy for us to find the spot that they did find. They had to go through, I think, Liquid and some other teams up there.
Yeah, and FuzzFace dying out early, of course, he was a little bit way too far out, a little bit too deep in there, but at the same time, he got the information. It's not really what you want to sacrifice someone for it, though, because if they had 4 up, it could have been their win instead. But it happened. They played it really well with only 3 people left, and we saw how when they were transitioning from the south side with the 2-2 split there, from the south side to the north side, how the north guys were pressuring down on TSG before they started moving. So basically, good teamwork, and that got them very far, but not all the way.
All right, well, time for a short break, and then when we return, we are getting things back onto the grassy pastures of Erangel here at the PGI.S. So join us right after this for more PUBG action.
Hello PUBG esports fans. The PUBG Global Invitational S, our biggest tournament yet, begins in February. With a tournament this big, there's a lot to take in. So let's take a look at the format and rules of PGI.S 2021. PGI.S's main event, the weekly series, will be held for a total of 6 weeks starting from February 8th. It is divided into the weekly survival taking place on weekdays and the weekly final held over the weekend. Unlike the previous global tournaments, points are not accumulated week over week, giving every team the same fighting chance each week. Weekly survival features 16 matches held across 3 weekdays. The goal for teams is simple: win a single chicken dinner. Once you win, you stop playing and move on to the weekly final. The next team on the waitlist takes your place and a new match begins. This list is determined by ranked decision matches to decide the order our 32 teams participate. These 24 deciding matches take place over 3 days starting from February 5th and will divide our teams into 4 different groups. The top 16 teams from these groups face off in the weekly survival matches first. The weekly final is more like the PUBG esports you're used to. 10 matches are held across 2 days, and points the teams earn are added up to decide their final ranking for the week. The 16 teams that played in the weekly final get the first shot at next week's weekly survival, and the remaining 16 teams decide their placement on the waitlist during a bottom 16 match held every Saturday, before the weekly final. From there, the cycle continues throughout the tournament. One of the big differences with PGI.S is that instead of receiving prize money based on your final rank is determined by how much prize money you've won. We're awarding prize money every week, and the team who has collected the most at the end will be crowned our PGI.S champion. Here's how it breaks down. The first 8 teams to win a weekly survival match each week take home an automatic cash prize, earning more the sooner they win. From there, the winners of the weekly finals tournament get an even bigger cash prize. The first place prize being $25,000 on week 1, and growing to an astounding $500,000 by week 6, giving teams lots of opportunity to catch up and claim the title. Winning isn't the only way teams are earning cash though. 30% of the total profit made from PGI.S item sales goes back to participating teams. This money will be distributed based on the percentage of money each team won in the tournament, with bigger rewards for the higher performing teams. So, not only do you get cool skins and voting coupons to earn even more cool skins, but you're also helping your favorite teams bring home more well-deserved prize money. Win-win! That about wraps up our overview of the PUBG Global Invitational S. Initial ranking decisions happen on February 5th, and the first official matches kick off on February 8th. So be sure to tune in, pick your winners, and cheer on your favorite teams across 8 weeks of intense PUBG action.
Welcome back to PGI.S. We have 3 more games remaining here for our weekly final, and it's all on Erangel from here on out. Our first place from this weekend will be walking away with $25,000, as well as being able to call yourself our week 1 winner, which is always very nice as well. We've got Avenger and Froz joining me here to break things down, and we're just a few minutes out from our first Erangel. Froz, talk to me about Erangel. Talk to me about the teams that you think might do well.
I mean, we cannot not say Sonics, right? After the bloody start they have here, getting himself 36 points. We saw yesterday with the 5 games, they only got 16 points. So them basically tripling the points here in 2 games and still have 3 more to go. We know that they can be really good on Erangel as well. Obviously, they have Pochinki for himself. No one has been contesting it now either. So that is really good for them. But here we got the total standings though. Ooh, this is juicy. Very slow to talk.
Oh, yes. 3 points ahead of Team Liquid and Africa Freaks. Sonics, though, huge jump up for them. They are mad after yesterday. We've already seen them perform brilliantly in other stages here, Martin, and now they're looking to perform brilliantly here as well.
Yeah, for sure. Jumping into the 50-point market here with this one is great, and the top four. Yeah, I mean, how close it is already. 8 points. FaceClan also within the 10-point mark. It's still quite open. I was actually thinking that we would have seeing a bigger separation after 7 games, but here were 3 games to go. Even K7 should to kill. These teams in the within the 30-point mark, they can jump into the top 4 with a win and a lot of kills.
Not too bad in the slightest here. I think the one true outlier right now, unfortunately, for this weekly final really is Na'Vi Froz. Technically speaking, if they had a blinder over 3 games, they could quite easily put themselves in that top 4, but it would have to be an insane performance considering the quality of the lobby.
We've seen that happen before, but I'm not seeing it happening. Now with the performance we've seen from Na'Vi so far here this weekend, it's just been way too slow paced. They are not doing anything. Basically, when the blue is on top of them, that's when they start moving, and they just get too pressured by that nothing is happening, and we're not seeing anything. That's why they're down there. On the other hand, it is super close between all of these teams, and as we've seen, getting yourself a win here early on is just gonna push you up there. VP, Sonics in the top 4 after a win here, and we got 3 more games to go, but it's so close between all the teams in the top. It's just amazing to see in the first weekly survival finals here.
Yeah, anyone 8th through 15th could easily just get themselves one big win and they'd be contending for those top 4 spots, no problem whatsoever. Martin, when you're looking at the teams as well here coming into Erangel, who jumps out to you?
I gotta say I'm expecting some more great things here from the Freaks. Even though I'm not having them in my top 4, I think their performance yesterday, I think they are going to be doing well. Also, Gen G, these 2 teams is some of the teams that you should be stepping up again on Erangel. It's a team that's kind of a home map for them, or like not a home map. It's a team. It's a map that the most teams have the most experience on. And yeah, I think Freaks and Gen G, they'll make a slight comeback. Maybe even Infantry start fragging out as well.
Yeah, and it wasn't just Miramar yesterday that provided wild circles. We saw quite the variation when it came to Erangel as well here for us, down towards Primorsk, over by the east side as well, and that did create some problems. Oh, we have the Niyazaki finish as well. How do I even forget this? But just nut stuff. I'm expecting maybe a little bit more chilled circles, kind of how we've seen our Miramar ones.
Well, we got 3 corners of the map yesterday, so hopefully we'll cover the southeastern side in this game, so we have all 4 of the corners covered. And then we just need 1 on the south in Millie Island. No, but it's a good testament to see how good the teams are adapting to the circle and the other teams in the lobby, of course.
All right, yeah, there you go. Froz, let's get that Millie circle. You know what? Why not? Let's get match number 8 underway. A huge thank you to Intel for joining us as we have set sail. We're moving on to Erangel now from Miramar, and we've got Pansy and Hypoc to guide us.
Alrighty, back into Erangel we go. First glimpse, I guess, today, and I kind of have to look at what looks different than yesterday. 1, yes, the circles, but 2, the teams. The likes of Sonics have woken up, and in some style too. They have had a rude awakening maybe from yesterday, feeling, look, that wasn't what we wanted to do. We want to come out and look fantastic. And well, today they have. They've looked formidable in fights. They've had no easy games either. There's sometimes you'll see a team simply be in the right place and play the circle well. And you can't discredit it, but I am more impressed by seeing like Sonics who've fought into these circles, who've fought for those positions. It's very impressive to watch. So again, great approach from them, and I hope we get to see that here. But beyond that, Europe's doing well today. Obviously, the likes of Virtus Pro picking up a great deal of momentum. Liquid still staying relevant, not quite seeing those highs that we saw, but I mean, that final game they brought out was pretty impressive too.
Well, no, but again, we did see Liquid heat up towards Erangel yesterday as well, so eyes towards the last 3 games for that. But just on the back side, I did want to touch a little thing on FaZe, and earlier we were kind of talking about this kind of, capitalizing on bad circles, right? In PUBG, we always say, you should always win the games you're set up to win, right? Good drop, good circle, 1 pop, good plane, loads of times to loot, and you get a first dibs on a compound, right? Hold that thought. It's Vard. Of all people, again, it's Vard having to deal with a vehicle at the start, but this time it's going to be concluded a little quicker than yesterday. But FaZe yesterday, I saw a lot of people questioning that split in the chat. Now, okay. Vard actually
That's
got the
not
tag on
bad.
Blue there behind, so it's a decent shot. But I actually liked it, right? And losing Fuzzface early, yes, you can say it was a little sloppy. There was no real response to that. There was no contingency plan to if one player got isolated, right? But it's things like that. You want to see teams kind of capitalize in the mid game, right? That's things like playing these ambitious splits and going for kill points when you think, look, we either kill some people and clear our way into the circle, or we're going to have, you know, like you said, playing the numbers on it. We haven't got a great chance of getting into this. So that split from FaZe, yes, it looks super greedy. It looks super, super scrappy, and it's difficult really to wrap your head around it. Actually, there were two very safe spots. Up until kind of Circle 5 kind of started to close, they had a really good opportunity to farm kills. I mean, that fight up on the north side between Na'Vi and I can't remember who it was. It might have been AAA potentially, but they were unfortunate not to kind of get more kills off that on the south side of that split. Fuzzface, I think, overextended just a little bit, but it's things like that you want to see teams kind of correct their average points per game by making plays like that. So I actually really liked it. I just saw chat give them a lot of heat. If that had paid off, I'm sure everybody would have been singing their praises, and it would have been one of those, you know, FaZe-esque games that they come out and win from nowhere. Of course.
I mean, there's you know, hindsight and, you know, all of that is 2020. It's very easy to look back and go, well, why didn't you do that? Obviously, they don't have all the information we do. They don't see the entire map. Obviously, this is clear stuff. But again, I think we bring up a point here, and it's something that I think I'm happy seeing more teams do, is understanding their scenario isn't necessarily a good one, and having to play somewhat the low odds, where it's, well, we have to be proactive here. We have to either try and fight our way out and get points through that, and if we make it through, brilliant, but we have to make high risk, high reward plays that have a low percentage to actually work, because otherwise we die here. We die and there's nothing more to it. And I'm happy to start seeing that more often when teams have such good, you know, a grip on what the correct play is and what's the best one to keep them potentially alive. For now, though, just to kind of touch in on the circle, as I said, it is kind of a little bit more northern than before. The river that runs through has somewhat divided the north and south, so it should be interesting to see where teams opt for. Again, this is a bit of a, it's not necessarily Sophie's choice, but it's a 50-50, right? It's, do you believe it will go towards that kind of band south of shooting range? It's a common spot that people like to kind of, you know, hedge their bets towards. Or do you believe more of a Roshawk, School, you know, maybe even Yesnaya Fields ending? So plenty of different mindsets could be applied to this. We'll have to see what the teams opt for. Plenty of teams already on the way as well. 4 a.m. in the vehicles moving. They're heading towards the northern side of the island.
Yeah, one thing actually I have noticed throughout the weekly finals, and yes, we can talk about obviously the switch up meta-wise, obviously super settings, but lots of teams opting for these early moves. And some of these teams, I mean, it's also a split as well of teams that are moving early to try and capitalize on isolating one player that's still in that loot drop kind of formation, kind of, I guess, stuck out on an island, whether it be a compound or whatever. But lots of teams kind of looking to kind of make early moves as four. I was talking about that earlier as well. So you can't be too greedy. If you do get that circle one pop and you have the ability to split, they need to complement each other. Because we've seen it a lot. The 4-man Zerg, you pull up, and I think it was Kurt yesterday got singled out in pretty much the first scenario of it on Miramar for SDK. But it's been really interesting to see some of these teams actually make a kind of measurable switch up to their playstyle.
And just briefly, because I know obviously people are tuning in who maybe don't watch PUBG all the time, could you just give a little expansion on what super settings kind of entail, I guess? You know, just the brief rundown. Just as I said, maybe people don't watch PUBG all the time, but just a brief summary would be good. Actually, hold on, we can come back to that to see. Depends what Vard does here. PO has committed to this. I wonder if the rest of Gen G do. And Nonix, yeah, he's hovering around. Wookiee's kind of joined Vard, and you don't really want to be living side by side here. So again, we can kind of continue that topic in a moment's time once this is resolved one way or another. This nade could be wonderful. Right through the window, Wookiee and Vard. Yeah, gorgeous nade from PO. There's no recovery from that. Now Vard's a little baffled. Oh, that could be a flush right there. Yeah, goodbye. See you later, Wookiee. No fun to be had this time. Gen G one in, and the damage is coming from Furia.
Yeah, Vard getting tagged up, and now the reinforcements from Gen G coming through. I mean, this is exactly the scenario I was talking about. Just an early move. We did actually see Oath just get absolutely torn apart by infantry in the kill feed. But on board right now with VAR trying to stay alive. Necro sending shots down this way. I guess trying to help VAR, if anything. Gen G are now reinforced into the ground floor of this flat top. And this is literally exactly the scenario I was talking about. 2 players isolated, still looting or trying to hold on to this as kind of a foothold inside the circle for the rest of the team to come through. Necro
that
will
nade might be
find
good.
that. Oh my god, VAR actually got 2 knocks with that. But Esther will clean it up.
That actually was a pretty nice nade. I mean, luckily, Esther was a little further ahead, so can turn and pick him up. I like the commitment. This is what I mean. Gen G opting to commit for this position, risk life for this spot. They pulled up on a pre-established team. They maybe had a better read than expected, keeping good track on it forever. Speaking of good track, keeps a nice little lock in towards Kill Demo, who sadly his car is somewhat escaped him.
The vehicle actually nearly provided the perfect moving cover for him, but he couldn't keep up with it. But again, just coming back to this discussion, look at the minimap now. There's a few teams that rotated early. 4 AM was the one that was on the screen when I mentioned this. Now they've got themselves spread across a couple of single buildings, not compounds, but Forever's spot there is a high traffic area of the map, right? You can pick up a few rotation kills, and this is
a bridge camp on this circle?
Yes.
Animals. Absolute animals. Oath must be livid.
I'm pretty sure their Snake has hit that tree and there was no attempt to reverse. So I think he was just like, yeah, I'm dead. That was hands off keyboard and mouse. Walk away.
Wow.
You do love to see it, though.
Else.
You really do.
Oh, no, I pray for bridge camps. It's why I'm sad that the other settings don't really support the concept of it. I love a bridge camp. It's a bottleneck. It's where else can they? I absolutely love the concept. Now, Na'Vi, I think that sums it up. 8 points. It's been a hard time for Na'Vi to get anything going. It seems they are just looking flat overall. It's just like a, drink that's been left on the side that you've kind of gone back to on the second day, and you're hoping it still might have a little fizz to it. It might still be tasty. You're a little bit desperate. Otherwise, you've only got water. And then
the
it's
skin has developed on the top, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, not oh, that's horrible. That's really stuck in my head. Yeah, I didn't need that. But could you just give me a very brief summary of the super settings, even if this goes on, because there's not going to be a full team wipe from this. It might just be a couple of tags. Just because I know a couple of people were asking very briefly.
But obviously, this weekend we're coming back to a more traditional format. And the important thing to note is that there's going to be teams making these plays, like the Bridge Camp, perfect example, right? 4 guaranteed kills. And I mean, Avenger even made this point on the desk, right? Coming back to this weekend, we're looking more for kind of the average points per game as opposed to going for that all-out, pin your hopes on one win, qualify through, get through the format. But majority of points, I think Avengers. I always trust Avengers math. 65 to 70% of total points are going to be coming from kills. So we're going to see a massive switch up for some of these teams that don't like to play center, and unfortunately, eyes go towards Na'Vi. This kind of edge play that usually results in a higher average points per game. So we're not looking for kind of consistency in terms of going for the win. And it sounds weird to say that because every team wants to win games, right? And ultimately in this format, 10 kills for the win and however many kills you get to boot. But it's not as important this time around. So that's why we've seen a bit of a switch up.
Yeah. Good summary. I like that. We have seen the circle update is moved towards the west. So the actual center point is the kind of island that's in between Rozok and Georgiapol almost. And I'd say the mass area of land would be somewhat the north. But even then, because Watertown is debatable if it even ever moves away from it and it treats it like actual water. So, I mean, I guess the north is about to get very busy. For now, we are seeing TSM having a little go towards Sonics, and maybe a little bit of revenge could be quite nice for them. Been kind of pushed around a little. Let's see if Iroh can maybe get a little bit of form going as well, because when Iroh comes online, he is a nasty little player. Uber, he's been plucked out of the vehicle on the move. FaZe trying to get themselves kind of just above that little island, it looks like, as said, on the river. And already Gen G keeping track of that. Iroh in a bad spot here. He's got a lot of players around him. Now, Sonics have to be careful on their way up. Na'Vi getting a couple of kills here and there as well.
And Iroh has kind of been left to fend off Sonics to himself here. Actually, as I say that, Miriku's going to find 2 on the ground. 4 Mime and Strimsy will fall. Maybe a little bit overzealous on the side of Sonics here because Tiggleton's now trying to come up and reinforce, but Miraku will get the first flush through. This could be terrible here. H-Win finally going to trade that one out, so it is just Iro left standing. He's down to 16 HP. That molly through the window.
Molly.
It did catch him. It's going to tick a couple of times more, but Iro should be able to reset and med once again.
Yeah, but look at this. Now VP are turning up. Now this is where it gets interesting because Tiggleton is going to be put to task of trying to handle this. He's got players behind him. Shots coming through, sure. Batulins is tagged up. So Batulins got to be a little bit more cautious now, depend a little heavier on the other boys. But you can see the state of the two teams in this compound. Not comfy. No one is happy with this. Tiggleton is prone to kind of staying alive by a defilade and that little ridge that rolls around. H-Win has still got Iro to clear out of here, who's been a absolute nuisance. And there we go. Iro has found H-Win. So this looks like this could be a real issue for Sonics overall. I think recovery might be out of the question at this point. And just because you're being so nice at home, a couple of code, a couple of little bits and pieces for you guys there to grab hold of as the code is in game for you.
But just a second, though, Tiggleton actually flushed out mine with that nade. So I don't know if that information was relayed accurately of Iro's whereabouts because the res was still a possibility if Tiggleton was able to deal with Iro. VP now beating down the door. They have numbers on this fight, and they're looking to try and capitalize and pick up this, well, what's left of it, I guess, the kill points.
Yeah, there isn't much to sweep up, to be fair. It's 2 players, and they're hoping to do it with grenades, and Iro's trying to just get out. Maybe actually can make it into Woodstown, and another shift towards the east. Okay, west to east. We've had a back and forth sort of scenario. Now, Genji are probably super happy considering the compound they fought for early. Bear in mind, there was another team in there and they fought for that to take it. And you can see as to why 4 a.m. rotated early. They got in the vehicles as soon as they could to get to their position. So some of those early investments into positioning and fights are going to pay dividends in the circle.
And one important thing to note will be the water factor here, but we'll have to wait and see because this fight actually, once it concludes, I don't think there's anybody else on the south side of this circle. Tiggleton down to a lick of HP. He's got to try and get something done here, maybe a consolation kill point or 2, but I don't think he spotted the one player on the roof. He did finally get a glimpse there, but just a matter of time. 25 HP. He's only got bandages. He's only running 60% boost, so the clock is ticking for him. He's still got Iro to worry about as well. Iro repositioning towards the 2-story balk now is another thing for Tiggleton to worry about.
And keep in mind, you know, Sonics were on the come up, right? They were looking to maybe get in towards that top 3, top 2, and they're getting pushed down by the current #1 team at the present. You know, obviously they did suffer as well towards Iro, who's going to give away his position, but he's taken down Sonics for it. Now VP are aware of this, but they don't have too much to worry in that form. Iro can be an issue, but I doubt he's going to be able to get all 4. Hey, prove me wrong. I always love to see it. Iro is a great player, but for now we have to look towards the circle. And what's been going on, Iro's put himself in a cage for now. He's just chilling in towards Watertown. Looking towards the north, it is busy. We have a lot of teams on that side. So in the south, I think Triumph have 2 players, and then this is all that we have. Iro is just, you know, straight up in the water, just watching that little ridge line, see if anyone comes around. He is currently in the circle, so he's, I don't want to say safe, but he's in. So good work from Iro in the end. You're now seeing a bit of a push through coming in. K7 on the receiving end of a lot of this. The cover they pulled up to is far from ideal, considering the amount of teams up here in the north. A lot of eyes can turn around to this. That's 14th place for them. 4 a.m. again, just kind of digging in their heels, even flexing out of the compound a little. I like that, keeping control of this ridgeline, because it is the only issue with this compound, I feel, is some of the ridgelines can be hard to control if you're only playing from the buildings. If you move out of them a little bit, yes, it's risky, but you maintain way more information coming through your way. And you're seeing that God V easily taking out Senya as they appeared towards the kind of eastern side of them.
Yeah, and 4 a.m. still roaming around the same area. Like you said, that early move has given them a lot of space now, able to kind of get over towards the 3-story. Initially, it was only really one member of 4 a.m. causing problems up here from the yellow. But Genji as well, that fight with TSM early on, look what it's given them, a god compound now overlooking. Obviously, this is the phase 3 into 4 shifts, so fully expecting this one to pull north, and it absolutely does. A lot of teams reading that. Like you said, Triumph is still on the south side. VP was the other one we talked about, that late fight in the Sunken City. But now they have the river to cross.
I'm trying to think of who's down there. I think it's Shoot to Kill, who might be slightly towards the bridge side of things. I don't know if they'll actually try and actively fight on it, or if simply they're just kind of holding it because it's a bit of safety. The North is not safe, however, and we have the, within the top 3, we've got 2 teams now battling it out. Liquid and Afrika Freaks. Afrika Freaks kind of very much towards the north side of this fight, and then Liquid a little further, kind of following it anti-clockwise. And Liquid are down to 3, so Afrika Freaks do outnumber them. And it looks like VP have struggled on the way across. Batuland and Spyro made it, but yes, Shoot to Kill have caused problems here. Luke just above Alo up there too. They're not fully aware of the positions yet, but they've got to be careful of their backs. They've got 4 AM around, they've got Navi not too far off. Now, luckily, the hillside behind them should keep them somewhat safe, but you've got to stay on your toes in this sort of position.
Yeah, Lou's actually still over to the south side of the river, and he's going to be relaying some of this information, but Volley Bear will show his hand here, tries to get the spray with the barrel, only gets him down to about 10 HP, can't finish off the kill. Now, that could be an opening, actually, for SDK to push onto these 2 members, but it's going to be difficult to really read the situation. Batulin's going to send some shots across, and that's going to give away his position to SDK. Initially, Alo now looking for it. You see, reacting off that information. And unfortunately, the sequence of events, honestly, Lou was feeding so much information to his teammates on the south side of the river there that Batulins and Spyro could have actually made a move onto Alo and Luke, but Sia now, he's going to be the thorn in the side of Virtus Pro. Look at this angle uphill.
Oh, my. Does he... Inonix spotted it out of everyone. That's like a 500... a good 500-meter shot, I'm pretty sure. Like, maybe a little more. That may be a little over. And he is the one to spot that. Incredible work. Now, FaZe is starting to linger on the horizon as well. This could mean more issues for Virtus Pro beginning and potentially Shoot to Kill if they decide to kind of sweep through. FaZe... it's not a lot of cover to work with here. Luckily for them, the biggest issue they'll have is Lou kind of working the way through on the coastline. Alo seems aware of the possibility, but Lou's going to have to try and creep up. Nice shot from Batulins. Do with these points, though, as well. Bear in mind, the knock ain't much. It's all about the flush, and Luke's going to grab it. So Shoot to Kill. Happy with that work from Batulins. Thank you very much. I'll put that in my pocket. No problem.
Yeah, Lou actually managed to make his way across the river. He obviously was up at the hangar previously. And he's actually encroaching on FaZe's position now. Whether or not they had a good opportunity to spot this out. Again, information-wise, I'm not sure if they were able to really pinpoint his location when Lou was trying to back up his teammates. But you can see FaZe are hyper-tunneled towards the east. Now, I don't think VP can make a full push on that, but we'll have to wait and see. Keep your eye on the kill feed if Lou manages to find an opening on that fight. You see, yeah, there you go. He's caught wind of 2 at least. Again, it's just difficult for Spyro and Batulins to really push west towards this. Hello.
Hello?
Okay.
I didn't... Afrika Freaks just keep surprising me, man. I swear to God, every time I see them do something, I'm like, okay, you know what, it works for you, but that didn't. Hickory kind of met the end of getting away with it, it feels like. That should be a flush from EJ. It does point in the pocket. That's 1 kill on the board. Cat is super low as well. Clip's gonna find that from afar. And Liquid finally finding this fight kind of in combination with AAA. They are going to pinch this down. Now, I don't think Fury are going to push from the compound and see if anyone else would potentially dive into this fight. And I think it is going to be between these 2. And Afrika Freaks chasing that fight, pushing this way, has kind of got them pinched now.
Yeah, it's actually, Liquid going to make use of this knock, actually, to push back over towards. A little bit of damage goes on to one of the AAA players. Again, Liquid don't have an awful lot to play into, so they do need to capitalize on this pressure they're able to create onto Afrika Freaks and AAA. Down to 3, James did fall, and no kills on the board for Liquid just yet either, so a good opportunity to fix both of those.
Yeah, you can see him still kind of trying to adjust around. I've got to say, the way this stands, 4 AM and Infantry, maybe Genji as well, those 3 hold a lot of the cards in this lobby.
Yep.
Have the big compounds, have the main kind of slice of things. Again, if anyone else is able to pull off a win, other than those 3, it'd be incredibly surprising and very well done. And it looks like, though, Afrika Freaks this time will bow out a little early, so that kind of top end of things does become a little bit more available. Genji would be loving to jump up here, you know, sitting quite nicely on the top of this. There goes Virtus Pro as well, so you know, Lou can't do much more than that. I mean, that's the best he could get in this one. They got stuck on that south side. The cross, shoot to kill, kept them, you know, pushed down. FaZe doing the same. And I am seeing Gen G looking proactive. I wonder if they start trying to sweep out that south so they have the springboard to play across. But now, AAA looking towards Liquid. And yeah, look at Pio, always the first man forward. Never afraid to get into a fight either. So the nade's up and over. FaZe will know that there's a problem coming their way. I just don't know what they're going to do. Only 2 players now.
They're pinched as well. Look at SDK. Their player icons are all pointing this way, so a lot of pressure coming onto Gustav and Fuzzface right now. So obviously SDK getting forced in by the blue along those ridges. And Gen G advancing as well. Look at the map. FaZe are absolutely stuck.
Oh, and same can be said for Liquid now. Fury actually decided to push out of their compound a little and kind of keep them locked to this. AAA are going to be holding the northeast side. Fury have back to their compound, it seems. They've kind of, you know, had a little look. Nah, didn't fancy it. Gen G as well. Peeling away for now, but Pio's still giving it a look. FaZe, oh no, the Molly's just got Gustav as well. I mean, he's got meds to spare, but look at the vest, look at the helm. No smokes either. I don't know if they can cross out of this now.
I mean, SDK have a similar problem with this next circle shift. Obviously, Gen G, like you said, peeling away. They've read the situation perfectly. It's not really worth committing 3 players down to hold. The Blue's probably going to decide this fight. But actually, Pio's going to get a knock on the Halo here. No real smoke cover coming out for the SDK boys initially.
Smoke's FaZe are going to move on that.
What's just pushing?
Oh, absolutely. You see a Nokia going to get on that. Nice work from Fuzzface on one. He needs Gustav to get there, but it's a little late in the day to at least get it cleanly. And Gustav, yes, he'll work his way forward. But now this is absolutely treacherous. Once you leave that little ditch and divot, Gen G, making it a little easier for FaZe to survive. But that cross is still in the open. You can see Pio's maybe scratching his head a little. In towards the north, we have seen Mexi now getting knocked and flushed. So I think it's just Clib alive up there. Gustav does get off the heel, waits for the smoke to plume and just holds his breath and tries to make it over. He has made it at least to the next step, but across this ridgeline, 4 a.m., Infantry, Gen G, the big boys await. So Liquid going down in 7th this time. This is looking like a very strong lobby that's being left.
Yeah, Boliang will find Gustav there, and a huge opportunity for Gen G. All 3 teams are ahead of them on the leaderboard, have been eliminated, and they're only 3 points behind 2nd and 3rd and 6 behind 1st. So look towards them to try and make some moves here and capitalize on this game already. Infantry as well, they could make up some ground, but 4 a.m. on the move now. Looking to regroup with Crazy and Lou. A little bit of a drift, actually. Is he missing a tire, or is that just style points coming across? They're going to pull up towards AAA, though.
Okay, they've picked the fight they want here. They've picked the territory they're willing to fight for. So they've got to make this a clean one. Keep in mind, Furia could do some damage to them down the line, but let's see if they get any shots coming through their way. They have to clear past 2 players. Janku's one of them. Looking for the first. Yeah, Lou. Easy work for him using this kind of ridgeline perfectly. Even sprays in, gets good connection towards Gems. And our last one alive cleared through. Nice work from 4 a.m. Very, very clinical play.
There's so much space over towards this side now. Fury are kind of pinned back towards the compound, but look at the setup. Nobody in the center right now. Everybody holding on to what they've got on the edge. And it pulls right the way towards Infantry. So this massive move from 4 a.m. does get them the kill points, but now could be their downfall with this next circle post in Infantry. And Gen G, I expect to hold on to what they've got, like I said. But Fury and 4 a.m., maybe a desperation play here. 4 a.m. might just settle for the kill points on Furia, to be honest.
It's going to be hard for them to work in. I mean, there is that ridgeline that kind of keeps the south locked into each other. But you can see the problem for Gen G, though, is that if they don't play very, very keenly towards the edges of that ridgeline, they're going to get picked apart. Furia, though, what options do they have here? A little bit of cover in the form of trees, but even then, this is clutching at straws. You can see the good spray coming out from Loki. A little bit of a connection there, but it looks like 4 a.m. might be the one to claim it. Rusty's got 4 HP. Yeah, crazy one to find it and actually get the flush too. While this happens, Infantry starting to move up a little, using the ridge, using that little kind of, I don't know, terrain to maybe get a little closer to Gen G to make sure they can keep track of what they're up to, keep that information, and also maintain map control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, infantry's win condition here is Genji not really able to, well, preventing them from being able to flex out. Esther's position is disgusting, by the way. If infantry do decide to push onto that, he's in a really, really nasty spot. Infantry actually going to open up Loki. The double nade will flush him out.
Huge need.
Is that going to be the green light, though? I'm not sure if infantry are just looking to weaken Genji to maximize their chances in the late game here, but you can see they're prioritizing kind of that central. Furia will fall. Infantry are prioritizing that central position. You can see Longsker making the move after that kill comes through.
Genji could potentially jump up, even in their current position. 7 kills this game. They won these flushes, they won these points, but right now they're on the receiving end of everything being thrown down by infantry. Infantry in 7th as it stands, but jumping as they go. Every point that comes in is pushing them a little bit higher. But 4AM still have 4 standing. That's the crazy part. They were probably in the harder position to play with, but here they come, creating their own pathway forward. Smokes go in, Molotovs. It's close, but I don't think it's done the damage. Bolyang is still alive. God V still working forward. Another smoke committed. 6 more in the pocket of God V as well. How's he doing it? And while this stands, Genji quietly await down, looking a little culled here down to 2 players. And the circle updates is quite kind to most, but I've got to say 4AM starting to look a little scary here.
I mean, just look at the minimap. Look at how much control 4AM have right now. Genji and infantry absolutely pinned with their backs against the blue. Yes, the circle is, I guess, generous in terms of not really requiring everyone to move, but 4AM have already made so much progress into this now. They just need to wait this out. Again, if they wait for infantry to fight Genji or just wait for the blue to clear it.
What do they do? Let's look at the options. Okay, infantry, bit of utility here and there. And they've got, you know, players to play with. They've got their 4 players still standing. Genji can't be the ones to instigate on this. They have to be kind of, as said, the final team to the fight, but they're in a precarious spot. So, this is a stalemate. Until one of them is forced to make a move, I feel no one's going to be proactive on this.
Again, infantry pushing up and kind of getting, I guess, kept honest by 4AM's push. It's going to kind of keep them now just waiting out. I mean, Genji, again, they're down to 2. They are definitely going to be the ones that try and show up last to this fight, but I feel like infantry are the ones that need to make some sort of move uphill towards 4AM, because even if Genji die, it's going to be so difficult for infantry to get an entry onto 4AM's position.
It looks like they're trying to consider a plan. Seeing those smokes committed, maybe just to occlude Genji's vision. But you can see now God V seeing that, hearing that. He'll put shots towards it. And it's time to try and run, trying to time it just right. And Genji on the move as well. They're all going to try and make the shuffle up while this happens. Yes, okay, infantry do make it mostly towards at least the east for now. But 4AM still have so much terrain to play with. This is going to be a literal uphill battle for infantry if they decide to try and work up this. 4AM will control that central point. So infantry just trying to maybe get a fight that's not even favorable, but maybe just slightly possible.
Now infantry still just biding their time, waiting for Genji to fall, make sure they can guarantee that second place. PO and Esther, though, don't write them off just yet. They have good angles towards infantry. 4AM just maintaining formation here. Look at how stacked up infantry are. One nade would be absolutely insane onto that position. You see the utility getting traded out back and forth now. A little bit of damage going on to Crazy, but keep your eyes on Esther. Actually, PO going to fall first. It looked like Esther was the one going to try and open up for Genji. Look at it, infantry are so close to the blue.
There's no way they can get through this. The blue's going to force them forward. They are dead in the water. One nade comes out. It's... Oh my god!
Oh,
4AM!
my word.
Seriously?
I mean, the timing was perfect, right?
4AM and nades, man.
Genji fall, and the nade is already primed in his hand to clear up infantry. Literally read it like a book. Fantastic stuff from 4AM, and honestly, that came down to phase 7, right? The fact that they were able to move so far into that circle, set up that defensive line, have one player back, you know, kind of anchoring for the rest of the team. 4AM just kept everybody else at bay. They absolutely bullied that end game.
Yeah, I mean, Genji did well at the end there, but that nade, my oh my. That's a way to win out the game, isn't it? Don't even need to shoot at them. Just drop a little, you know.
You can see the
Nade in
looks
the
of
pocket.
confusion on their face as well. It was like, oh,
You know-
okay, yeah, we won.
Wait, that actually got all of them. Yeah, I mean, the timing on it was fantastic. It all lined up. And then, as I said, maybe you expect to get a knock, some bits and pieces, but Nade was just perfect. Now, if anything, that's going to shoot 4am skyrocketing on the leaderboard now as well. That was a good couple of kills to their name and the first place. So this is going to kind of, I don't want to say necessarily shake things up, but it adds another team towards that top end of things, I feel.
It doesn't. I mean, that's going to be what, like 8 teams within 9 or 10 points of each other. It's absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Again, the wins not really being stacked in, and even the consistent placings and the kill points not really stacking in the same 4 or 5 teams. So, I mean, the last 2 games are going to be absolutely wild. Some of these teams now, like you said, waking up, coming online, heating up. I can't wait to see it.
All right, back to the desk. How'd you guys enjoy that nade?
What do we even say? 4 a.m., 4 kills from Forever. Unbelievable performance by him. He'd already got plenty of kills before, and then he throws that one single nade. Unbelievable. What a performance. I've got Avenger and Froz joining me here. That came out of nowhere, Froz. Woo.
Can we? Yeah, what actually happened there? So we saw him, of course, fighting infantry and Genji at the same time, but everything just ended abruptly like that, and no one was like, "Wait, what just happened?" But yeah, so Forever just got himself a 4 of a kind, Martin, a 4 of a kind.
Okay, for us, no, yeah, well, he got 9 kills, so maybe 4 of a kind and 9s. No, I don't know. 9 kills for him. Really insane performance from Forever. They're 12 in total, so the other guys only had 1 each. And 4am now is going to put themselves in a quite nice spot. They were sitting there already in a decent spot, but now another team joining the 50s, and the other teams that were already in the top with 50 points or above, they continue to have not a lackluster performance, but they're not sitting up. The Genji obviously getting in there with a 3rd and 7 kills, so they're also in 50, and it's going to be extremely close still. I feel like it's going to be 8 teams within, less than 5 points at some point, something like that.
Yeah, with just 2 games remaining, it is going to be down to the wire, but 4am and Forever were smurfing this lobby, especially. Very impressive by them and himself in terms of that performance as well. Even before the nade had gone down, Forever was putting in huge work, as you guys have mentioned. So great stuff to see 4am joining the upper echelons of the ranks here in the weekly final. And from the position that they had, Froz, admittedly, it was a decent position throughout this game alongside the other teams that were kind of in those final teams there, but just phenomenal control of the terrain.
Yeah, we saw them earlier actually going there with a 2-2 split. They had 2 in the Alamo to the east as well towards the bridge. Then they opted to go here to this compound. But what was surprising me was actually how they were not pushing STK that was south of them, not pushing infantry that was west of them, but they decided to go north towards the end. Because we know that they like to fight. They like to take the fights when they can. And they had 2 fights they could have taken straight away there. But I guess they just thought this is not the fight we're gonna take right now because we're not winning this one. So what they did instead was a Crazy and Xiaolu, they took vehicles and went north, while Godby and Forever was actually holding infantry and STK. And this was such a nice play to see. And later on, of course, we saw Forever and Godby joining them up on the north side of Portland and just pushing down from there. And basically on the north side, they were fighting AAA, they were fighting Liquid, they were fighting Furia. That's the 4am we know, and that's how they get 12 kills and a win on top of it.
I mean, a lot of this was China. When you see, like, infantry as well with that beautiful bridge camp against Oath, we have Korea driving on around consistently here. Africa Freaks trying to get those drive-by kills. Then Genji was surviving as well towards the later stages, Martin, with a decent spot themselves, to be honest, for the most part.
Yeah, they did indeed. I think the whole thing come down to also the position that 4am had from the very beginning of the game. They were sitting on the east side on the 3-starry. They were sitting there since circle 1 and 2, and they were holding a lot of control. It was not a passive hold, it was an aggressive hold. They were 2-2 splitting, they were moving around a lot, and they're managing the area and the terrain quite well. And then there's the nade with the quadruple kill from a nade from Forever. 9 kills for him.
There you go. They're the winners. 4am Forever with the 4-kill nade. And I noticed there in that replay as well, He threw the nade, turned around, and walked away. Cool guys don't look at explosions. Holy moly, forever. What a play. That will be going down as one of the best plays here through this weekly final to get things going. Let's take a look at the points coming in from this game and see who got what, because we have 4 AM up towards the top here with a blinder. 22 points coming in for them. Infantry, 14 points. Gen G, 12 points. And we're slowly seeing, once again here, Froz, even with attack all around, getting another 11-pointer. More teams joining that top pack. It is getting tight.
Yeah, we saw Attack All Around actually having a decent game just before this as well, or 2 decent games. So coming in here with a 3rd one as well, it's looking juicy. They're gonna push themselves towards the top. I'm not sure if they continue, they might actually get themselves to the top 4.
Might do indeed. 1950 damage coming in from 4 AM. As we will eventually go and look at the kill leaders, and we all know who's going to be at the top of that one when it comes to this game. It's forever 9 kills going his way. Gems, 9, Esther, and Pio making appearances as well here, Martin.
Yeah, impressive with a 9. I'm just waiting to see when we're gonna get some double digits here. We want to see some more of that, especially here in the weekly finals. We want to see some of these standout performances. 654 damage, and that's actually that confirms my theory that I think he had a few stolen kills, but also the nade that he threw, another nade exploded just before that from another angry man on 4 AM. I think he might have just finished them off. Like, there was a lot of kind of collateral damage from another nade, and then his nade was just enough to turn them all around.
Oh, fair play, fair play. Yeah, it doesn't really take away anything from how that actually played out here for us.
Sorry, what?
You were writing, and...
Oh, yeah. No, I was saying, didn't we see a 4 AM 4K nade once upon a time as well in a global stage? It was Captain from 4 AM that did that back in Facing Global Summit, but now, of course, we're seeing another one here. This is a new team, of course, but yeah, again, 4 AM doing it.
Yeah, CPT back then, fantastic stuff. The crowd, as I can remember, was going nuts. Me and Avenger were on the desk, and Froz was having some beers, I believe. Going crazy. Let's take a look at the schedule. We have got ourselves a 3 wins so far. VP, Sonics, and 4 AM getting themselves the victories. 2 more Erangels remain here to figure out who is going to be walking away with the lion's share of the prize money. And right now, Martin, it is way too close to call.
Yeah, there's no chance we're going to call a winner early here because it's extremely close. 59 points all the way down to 8th is 51 points. It's 8 points difference for 8 teams. It is extremely close with 2 games to go. Somebody, like one of these teams in the top 8, if they win a game with a lot of kills, they're going to be putting themselves in a really, really good spot considering how close it is.
Look at the names involved as well. VP, Team Liquid, Gen G, Africa Freaks, 4 Angry Men, Infantry, FaZe, Sonics. It's all-star, Froz. This is nuts.
This is nuts. I don't even know what to make out of this. Like, all the teams are basically performing to such an exceptional level at the moment. And just seeing them all fighting in the top like that, I don't think we could ask for better games right now. And we still have 2 left to go. And it is anybody's game still. Not just for the top 8. I mean, we're down there to, I think it was 12 plays. It's still doable.
Yeah, definitely so. And we're going to have to see some decent blasting from some of the teams down there if they're able to actually push up. But even then, 1 win with a few kills is going to be able to pump you up towards the very top spot. Do remember, only the top 4 walk away with prize money here from this day. So it's very important to get top 4. Anything else does not matter for the most part right now. You want to get the money on board to give yourself that little edge. We were 1 minute out before we go into our next Erangel here. Martin, any thoughts?
Yeah, I want to also point out that the kill leaders that you could have voted on what team is going to be having the most kills here, it is also extremely close. We have VP and Infantry on 41 kills, 4 AM on 40, Liquid on 13-7, and Gen G on 32, Freaks on 30, Sonics on 31. Like, it's extremely close. Anyone who walked away with a big kill chicken dinner here is going to take that form as well.
Definitely so. There is Team Liquid staring down the barrel, and right now they are just 3 points behind Virtus Pro, who are looking poised with their substitute to try and take this. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time. It's our penultimate game of the weekly finals. We are going to get it. It's round 9 here. Huge thanks to Intel for joining us at PGI.S for all of the PUBG action that we have going on. Another Erangel on the cards. Let's see where that plane's going. Pansy and Hypoc, bring us in.
We'll do our very best for you, northeast to southwest, and very few points stand between these teams. In first place right now is, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 59 points holds the lead, if I'm correct.
Barely.
And yeah, and then let's say, so like 7th place is 53. Sonic's on 51. I mean, these points are incredibly close. This could be anyone's game. Honestly, I think the circle is going to be incredibly defining. We saw at the very start it being, Genji, 4am, infantry had the prime compounds, and they held them really well. They played out at the end for sure. That nade was spectacular, but having the correct positioning in those early rotations paid so heavily for them. But for now, we'll have to wait and see what we get with the plane path. What sort of circle do we have? And once again, 4am, look, 4am don't stop doing this, Vard. They won't ever stop.
No.
Oh, they're friends.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, Vard does not love to see that. And what we love to see is that circle. As soon as it comes up, it could be a very standard circle, honestly. That's what I'm waiting on, but we'll find out in a second's time here. Starting out in the northeast and obviously heading southwest. This could be anywhere across that section. Wow. That looks like a Stalber circle to me, potentially.
Yeah, it does.
Okay,
And
so let's talk about as to why, because again, some new viewers don't know as much about the circle settings, some of the tendencies of it, I guess, right? The way it can move. Obviously, it moves away from water. It moves away from certain unplayable terrain. The river that runs through and kind of ends by Yasnaya, the little kind of pond at the end of it, does count as water. So eventually it moves to the, I guess, at least you'd imagine it'll move to the largest portion of land, which for now would be either Stalber or the south point of the shooting range. But again, you've got, I guess, Yasnaya Fields in there. This is going to be a hard game. There is no traditional center point as such. I guess Virtus Pro are grinning ear to ear with this sort of stuff.
Yeah, lots of space and lots of time to. And again, with that drop spot, I mean, there was a lot of teams drifting over towards the west side, the second half of that plane path. So this is when it becomes more and more difficult to kind of wrap into these circles, because obviously these teams are going to say we want to enter into the least congested side, right? But when there's kind of 4 or 5 other teams trying to do exactly the same thing, it makes it even more difficult. Now, you make an interesting point. The other thing to consider here, time and time again, we see Yasnaya Bay, that big kind of pocket of water, become a factor in that phase 3 and 4. And, if you are going to assume it centers up, we're going to be ending north side of that. Now, yes, there's been some changes to Erangel, but that's still a lot of open terrain. Not a lot of compounds. There's going to be lots of kind of, I guess, teams that are going to opt to just play on foot. They have to, right? Rotating through there late in a vehicle is just a no-go. So for me, for VP, go straight towards that warehouse. That's a key position in their circle 1. Wow. But the other thing right now, the crazy thing is every kill matters. Yes, we're on a penultimate game, but with it being this close, every point matters. So some of these teams might even just opt to, go for some free kills and rotations, set up early, set up some roadblocks. I mean, I'm looking towards FaZe over on the West Coast, maybe out of familiar territory. Will they try something funky here to try and pick up some points?
Where are they sat currently? 7th. Yeah, okay, well, they're well within the cusp. I mean, 53 points. We've seen FaZe more than once.
It's
very
Sunday.
Easy to get a 10-kill game. Yeah, exactly. And as a reminder, it is a Sunday, and as much as it may be a meme, it does actually seemingly hold true. Now, Savior was actually the downfall of FaZe in that Miramar game. He held that wonderful off angle when they tried to make that crash towards the compound. However, it does seem as though they are very aware of Batulins, who's now silhouetting like an absolute madman on this ridgeline. Spyro's in the spot of bother, but Savior this time not connecting those shots as cleanly as he'd like. The Scar, well, look, she'll get there, but again, just keeping them on notice, and now they're getting somewhat surrounded. Batulin's going to try and make the dash back, get towards the boys, see if he can get up there and get to safety, and maybe get a nice little heal off and get ready for a fight, because again, if VP are in a fight, if they start losing bodies, if K7 start getting knocked, you're going to have other teams coming by. You know, we saw TSM in the vehicles.
Yeah.
We've seen Shoot to Kill get there. You know, you've got plenty of teams hovering around the outskirts that would love to take this area.
And again, you can tell it's an early move from K7 to try and prioritize a compound. I mean, Savior trying to spray with a red dot scar, no grip on there, and I think it was a level 1 helmet and vest. So very much looking to make use of the early time. Again, only just hitting the 5-minute mark, and like you said, teams like TSM still trying to come up and explore some of this terrain.
Not a bad shout.
Actually they're gonna get themselves a pretty strong compound. This is one that time and time again we see fed on these northern/Stauber circles. AAA, meanwhile, rotating right through. This is over towards the east side of prison. Hansier actually fancies himself with a few shots out of the buggy. But again, lots of teams, I think, going to maybe rotate a little cautiously on this one and try and set, as I say, cautiously. TSM actually pulling up on K7 right now. There's only 2 members
K7,
here.
But look at these angles. Lockstock is a decent angle to catch across, and he's done just that. Now the nades go in, but now they've got other problems. They've lost out on a player, and now timing is everything. Iro doesn't notice the player slipped out of the side. Now he's a little worried about it, but Miraku finds Lockstock. But where's the other? There they are. And finally, K7 making this a bigger problem than it was meant to be before. Fury is getting interested as well. Iro is costing them players, however. Savior's still on foot. They pulled right back up to this. K7, it's all in or nothing. They are not kind of sitting on the middle ground, and Fury are watching this. VP might even have a look down too if they have line of sight. I don't know if they do. Yes, they do. Batulins comes in with a bit of range to that from just up where we saw that previous scuffle, and K7 getting themselves in a spot of bother here, and then even some more from Miraku. Nice work showing how to use that scar just to perfection. And now Znan, the only one alive, and a whole lot of TSM to try and get past.
Yeah, so TSM will pick up, 3 of the kills out of that. One obviously did slip through their fingers, but again, an early move paying off for them once again. Again, sitting down in 12-41 points, it might seem like they're kind of trailing, but 2 games left, that is nothing. That is nothing for a team like TSM as well. We know their pop-off potential. 4AM again making some early moves. Lou going to upgrade his kit a little bit, level 3 helmet and the level 3 vest, and picks up an AUG for his troubles. But stuck down at the junkyard, Alamo. That's a tough one to get out of late game. So I don't know if they will settle for keeping 4 people in there. We'll try and explore some of the compounds surrounding it. Again, it's high traffic. Yes, they could pick up a lot of kills in rotation. But again, coming out of that late game, especially if the 100%. Warehouse is occupied, those shacks are just a death sentence.
They certainly are. I do feel as though it almost suits 4AM's
it does.
mad
yeah,
playstyle.
absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, it's that kind of weird playstyle that seems almost illogical at times, but then you watch them and like, oh no, they're perfectly fine there. Okay. Well, beyond that though, we've got to look at the outskirts. Oath still working on the east, kind of near Kameshki way. You've got AAA heading that way, Afrika Freaks. Now Na'Vi heading across by Georgiapol, pretty far off of this, and Faye's a mile away. Now, Faye's going to rock up late. We need to see how this circle goes. I mean, a lot of teams banking on what we expect, kind of north of the, I guess, the lake, west of Stauber. It's a pretty common ending. It's kind of the most expected, I'd imagine, from this, but there is a chance it could go somewhere ridiculous.
Yeah, I guess, I can't remember, it might have been Fuzz or Gustav. I know he had vehicle problems early on. Again, their drop was contested on the west coast, which is why I was semi-expecting them to maybe set up a roadblock or something to capitalize off that, but opting for the late rotation in, they're going to be as 4, and I imagine they've had a decent amount of time to loot. But this is the problem. Coming into this circle late, there's going to be so much pressure on the edge. Hopefully they can find themselves a foothold in. None of these shots actually landed on this uncharacteristic of Afrika Freaks, but AAA actually set up ahead of them, and maybe Afrika Freak's going to lose use of one of their vehicles. Yeah, you can see them having to double up in one of the Dacias there. AAA have already lost a member, though. Gems has fallen early on, and they're a bit out there. Again, expectation-wise, this one's probably going to end up west side, maybe southwest of Stauber itself, down towards the warehouse. So they're a long way off the beat.
Yeah, it looks like Liquid were heading further up the coast, but have gone into the, classic ditch area, I guess you could call it. Sonic's getting involved as well. They found at least a knock towards God V. Where is that from? Okay, so that's from across the way. So maybe God V getting a little overly zealous there. Nice work from Snakers. Good little Connection on the spray. And Janku's going to be knocked for now. Not sure if they can commit for the revive. It looks like Svit's trying to come over,
Coming,
so
yeah.
he's trying to get his boy back up. But again, my mind, 10 seconds till that circle. I want to see what we get. Again, the common ending would be kind of, I guess, you know, when you look at shoot to kill, 4 a.m., TSM, that kind of like triangle, or square with Virtus Pro. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there is a chance, and it's a very slim chance it could go to Yes, I feels, but at this point it feels so unlikely because the landmass is to the north of that lake.
And Relo actually getting an off angle on this res, so Snake is relaying the information really well, but I think they can just break line of sight from Relo. Maybe actually Snake is going to try and nade over. It looks a little far off to the left side. Oath actually reinforced it over here. They want to try and get these kill points. Meanwhile, Yasnaya getting a little bit of action, but TSG and Afrika Freaks just passing each other in rotation. This is heading up towards that hangar I was talking about, just up north of Yasnaya. And yes, there's still a factor here. Again, the water it's going to decide that shift, which is why we're going to see a lot of these teams try and position north side. Again, at this point, you don't want to be playing for that hard shift. And unfortunately, if you're in FaZe's position, we talked about their rotation. They are going to be banking on one of those at some point. They're not going to be able to get themselves anywhere closer to center. Pack Caps charging this one down on foot. Hungry, but oh, okay, lands a headshot, but no follow-up tag, maybe? No.
I don't know why the suppressed SLR sounds so nice. It's just kind of satisfying.
See, I actually hate it.
Well,
not for me.
I didn't ask your opinion. Yeah?
That's fair.
What do you prefer?
That's fair.
You want the M249, just brutish?
No, actually, the SK, the suppressed SK is my favorite sound.
It's quite nice.
I'm a weirdo.
This is a problem. Now, if FaZe, seemingly unaware, have pulled up to this, they should have seen a car here, but they do not know about these players in the kind of buildings. And look who's opened the door. Buzzface has no idea. Absolutely caught with his pants down. This is hard for any FaZe fan to watch, but, I mean, I guess you wouldn't imagine Afrika Freaks to be here, but even then...
Ooh,
that's gonna
catches
sting.
that headshot as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is rough. Again, though, this is just symptomatic of what we saw early game, right? The late rotation come in, they have to bank on no info. We have to pull up somewhere and scout. And yes, it's an unorthodox place for Afrika Freaks to be kind of splitting, but it ends up being FaZe's demise.
Yeah. Down to 2 now. I can't segue down to 2 into a code, so there's your code. Grab it while it's on the screen. I'm telling you now, if you're putting this on your second screen, you're just chilling out, you've got it on quiet. No. Put it back on your main screen, have a look, write it down, get it in-game. You want the goodies. There you go. It's not going to be up for long. It's got Keck at the end. All right, I hope you got it. I hope you got it while it was there. Okay, so FaZe now going to be forced, again, down to 2. I'm looking at the rest of the kind of lobby as to... Obviously, we lost down K7 on the land grab. Outside of that, TSM, I guess, had the 3 kills, the ones who capitalized on it. Beyond that, I guess Shooter Killer in a really nice position, and Virtus Pro, but VP, I'm not surprised that they had such a good drop. That's a shame for Gen G. That doesn't look recoverable. So, Gen G going to be operating without Anonix, and this could have been a big takeover game for them. 56 points, they're well up there, so, yeah, a little rough.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's never ending. I love it. I love it. It's never ending. There's so many teams that need to reposition from the West now. And again, it's a similar problem from Circle 1, right? That you need to find the least congested part of the circle, but with all these teams now having to make a mad dash to try and find something on the edge or make a play towards center, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Okay, now the one bonus for the Stalber Hill. As you can see, with the likes of Shoot to Kill, there's a lot of cover on the side of it. So it will look incredibly messy, and yes, it will be messy, but line of sight and vision is really important. So as much as this is scary, it's not the end of the world. Someone who will be worried will be Sonics, for example. Someone like Liquid. They were on the very edge of the previous circle, maybe hoping for that kind of more field-based, a little bit more Western lean. someone's not paid off the Circle Gods. No sacrifices have been made recently, so if you two could get on that, that would be helpful. Outside of it, though, it looks like Liquid going for the more northern side and Sonic's going for the south side. So both on various approaches. Now, I'd say longevity, yes, Liquid's rotation probably better because it'll probably move that way. But for safety purposes, Sonic's at least get a quieter entryway, whereas Liquid will have more teams here. And towards the very tip-top of Stalber, I think Oath are actually moving up there, and I think AAA aren't that far off either. So we might have a battle for the top end of Stalber.
Yeah, keep your eyes peeled for the drive-bys when they come through. The circle pretty much cutting Stauber in half, so expecting Oath to get forced into a position where they should take this fight. It's going to give them a lot of space to work with, and we know how good it can be fighting from the high ground here. Again, you got to keep that water shift in the back of your mind. There'll be lots of teams trying to make a play off the back of that. Janku actually pulling up right next to Pack Caps, and Snake is going to be the one to show Oath's hand. Gets a little bit of damage, but no knock initially.
That low-flying plane might catch you off guard every now and then. To be fair, the audio's going to be hard to hear, so if you want to move up, now's the time. And, hey, look, the drop comes in real quick. No worries in that. Now, 4 a.m., I think, are on the move, and I don't know where the hell they're going to get to. Balefrost's going to have to hit the deck, try and get a quick med off. I see Janku's still there. Pack, did you send that nade? I think he did. I don't know how that didn't hit Janku.
Wait.
You are a lucky boy to be alive.
Yeah, not entirely sure either, as Oath trying to find an opening, desperately trying to find an opening here. Janku down to just a lick of HP and sort of isolated. Svit and Jay is just happy to let him fend this one away. The molly's perfect. The molly's absolutely perfect from Pat. Going to flush him out from behind the crates. That'll be the first one going over. And again, weakening AAA even further now, down to 2 members. And here we go. Expecting this one. Oh, it actually pulls to the north. I thought this one would actually maybe pull towards the hangar, but
yeah,
of course not. Of course
not.
not.
Chance. Yeah, I mean, look, maybe Shoot to Kill know a little more than you. Who knows? they are on this one. Iroh as well. He does have Vard with him. And trying to get a quick med off, but Shoot to Kill are out for blood. Already 4 a.m. though. We kind of looked towards them. They were in the mad rotation. They were just kind of flying around and already making some good use of that. Flushing orange is going to be great. That gets them some more points. TSM now full foul as well. That's Furia and a little bit of Shoot to Kill. Keep your eyes on the points. They will be shifting and changing very quickly here. Kills really can make a big difference. And FaZe, there's nowhere to go anymore. This is all occupied.
Senya actually creeping up onto the backside of Crazy's rock. Navi just trying to find something forever. We'll get Besto down, and that's going to be the green light. What? No way. Crazy actually just dumpstered Senya.
If I could get that in a slow-mo, that'd be really nice. And again, look at 4 a.m. 4 kills now, 58 points. They're starting to look a little scary. They're starting to get towards the top end of things. Virtus Pro and Freaka Freaks, obviously, they're not going to be able to count as well as we can. We get the little freebies, the free information, but I've got to say as well, though, Freaka Freaks aren't in the prime position here. They're still in the southern side. It's quite tricky to find a way in off the back of that. Whereas someone like VP, really prime position in comparison. However, kills, of course, do favor the Korean side. For now, those Sonics, though, working their way in on the east. They've got plenty to work through. TSG in their way. You've got Liquid towards the north if they decide to swing there. And Liquid looking to try and maybe clear up some of that Oath AAA fight. But for now, this is Sonics trying to take on TSG. Stunner of a shot from Tiggleton. It's ridiculous. I have to kind of say that name with like some sort of ferocity, but the man is wild. Like he's actually pretty sick of the game. But thank you for calling yourself Tiggleton. It makes me smile.
Yeah, not legit indeed. That's actually his name backwards, by the way. But
Tiggleton.
okay. How are Gen G actually making this rotation right now? They're driving right through the middle, kind of trailing. Shrimsy going to go for the drive-by damage, and he's the one actually coming off worse from that. A little bit of support coming from one of the Triumphant members, but Shrimsy will fall, and it's going to cost Sonics on the way in. Tiggleton will get a confirm onto Esther, though, and Loki responds. Sonics actually being the ones to get picked apart over on this side of the map. Liquid foaming at the mouth. Look at them. They can hear all of this coming into on their side of the circle. Loki now just got to make a mad dash for it.
Yeah, they can see the points potentially there. Mimes taking on 4 a.m. while this happened. I mean, Mime's in the more southern side of this. It's so messy over this side. You can see Mime now just popping shots. Does get a good little knock towards Forever. Clip's just been knocked by Pack Caps, though. You can see Jeems trying to push forward on the minimap. I want to see what he gets up to, if he actually gets towards them in time, or if they're aware of his push. It looks like Jeems will be able to get one down, but he needs more than just that. Good taps away. Balefrost is now going to have to back away, but Snakers, the nade, it's so good. He just saved his teammates then from being absolutely decimated. Now Liquid are going to be down to at least one player standing. That's only Mexi left in a 1v3 standing. It could be a 1v4 pretty soon. That's a spray and it's a good one as well. Isolate Snakers, that's a point in the pocket. That's what he needs. Try and frag out as best he can in the open. Tries to get forward. Capitalize on the moment. The Oath is still trying to get the reses. Pack Caps pushes forward. Isolated. Gets
Oh my
it.
God.
Great shots from Mexi. Oh boy, that is damn good. Mexi is just schooling Oath here on his own. 2 big kills, but now maybe the last 2 going to be just out of reach for him.
Yeah, just Balefrost and Reload left standing. And again, just a little bit greedy there from Snakers to try and aggress onto that fight whilst they were trying to reset. And it will cost them. Mexi picks up 2 back-to-back 1v1s, to be honest. I mean, they gave 2 1v1s to him. Finally, though, Reload will find that. Liquid down in 8th place. And Oath will hold on for the time being. Now, VP did look like they were maybe going to try and re-aggress onto Furia there, but they're going to hop in the vehicles, try and reposition back towards some form of safety. But, I mean, the center of the circle is just rolling hillside. That's all there is. Hold on to what you got.
This game now, if you look from 3 to 6th, they're all they're not in the lobby anymore. They've been sent back, right? So it's like the next big jump up would be Infantry, who'd need a mad game. This now comes down to, can a Freaks hold where they are, or is this Virtus Pro going to strengthen their position? This is kind of surprisingly gone away from that middle pack that we were looking to jump. Now, a couple of them got some decent kills, 4 AM, and Sonic's got 4, 5, not bad, but actually, Balefrost finding Lou could be an issue for VP, because look at Furia wrapping around the side. Batulin seems aware, but timing is going to be a key factor in this. The flash to hand, the smokes, the nades all start coming out. Batulins is in danger, but he has to play this perfectly. Kill Demo and Necro looking so likely to do some damage here. Batulin's now down underneath half HP, going to be found by Infantry. That's a scary prospect. If they start warming into this, Virtus Pro could be in all kinds of danger.
Yeah, Infantry actually spread. So, Kill Demo just absolutely deleted Hyruzen. He's actually going to pick up both of these kills here. VP just getting pounced upon. Spyro will respond, but Kill Demo will clean that up as well. Furia will put 5 kills up. Only 1 man left standing, at least on his feet. Now SDK can reset a little bit. Just look at, I mean, look at the minimap. Just how many teams are spread across there. Infantry, I was talking about it. They're spread up from no lean. Absolutely massive here. Look how much space they can control. Yes, SDK have the compound, but I mean, if we talk about circle control, it's only Infantry.
Now, Infantry have yet to get a kill, right? They're on 55 points. But as you said, positioning is going to be interesting on this. They could do some damage that 5th, 4th, 3rd, 2nd. They could jump this one. They could start putting themselves really into the race here. Shoot to kill would need a real belter of an end. If they wanted to push up themselves, they could do. There's nothing stopping them. 16 players still left. I guess you have to take away 4 of those. But still, plenty of points to be had here. And Shoot to Kill look like they're going to eye up at least... Ooh, TSG's eyed them up first. Luke 12 has just been cold. So Triumphant playing the outskirts pretty well. Bear in mind, the Freaks are on that side as well. So plenty of teams about to crunch on the east.
Yeah, and SDK actually looking to spread and maybe get some control over this side of the circle. Halo actually going to open up. Shanjian will fall. Again, Shanjian was the one drifting away, and actually Halo finds the second as well.
Oh,
Pang falls, and that's TSG out in 6th. This nade could be huge, actually. Didn't go over the top, but does do a little bit of damage. Afrika Freaks already on 6 kills, 2 left standing, and actually the second nade will get the re-knock onto Luke 12. So Uncivil's got to be careful now.
Player rezzed him there. Yeah, so they've got to know that Uncivil's around. Alo tries to make a mad dash for it, and EJ's just taking him down for free. Kurt's at least saved the day for now, but Akkad, look at this different angle he's playing with, but he's been spotted. Very well handled in the end by Shoot to Kill, but they've lost a lot for that. Down to 2 players here. Might be able to get Alo back up, I do believe it, unless 9 makes a really quick gap closing move, which I don't think he will. So for now, we do have the 4 teams remaining. Infantry with 4, Shoot to Kill 3, Oath with 2, and Furia with 2.
Yeah, really, I mean, SDK regaining control of that eastern side. They can reset back to the compound, but Relo and Balefrost have managed to make some good progress on this circle. He's capitalizing on all those fights going on. Oath on 7 kills as well, so another team you could potentially throw in the mix here if they can get a good final placing and a couple more kills to boot. Fury are still backed up against the blue. And actually, this vehicle rotation going to give away lots of unnecessary information, to be honest with you. Trying to reposition Jiao Yang, actually still down at no lean. Yeah, Neko going to get isolated in the open as well, so Balefrost will pick up another one. Jiao Yang will actually finish off kill demo. Yeah, the vehicle rotation just a little odd for me.
Yeah, maybe misplaced at that time. However, we get towards the final 3 teams. Oath control the north, east is STKs, in the south, and more center, it's Infantry's. Infantry currently sitting in 5th position. This could be a good gap closer for them. Not really popping off with a kill. Shoot to kill taking that title for now. There's the update. Okay, shoot to kill need to get to work now. Oath are happy, high ground. But let's see what shoot to kill do with this.
And actually, I mean, to be quite honest, this circle favoring of all teams Oath. Relo's got himself posted up in that wizard tower now. Balefrost able to flex out onto the rocks a little bit above. Alo, I think, has spotted him out. Yeah, but he's going to take damage from Balefrost initially. Stop that push coming out. Now, SDK do need to make moves. How much of that is in line of sight of infantry, though? Have to wait and see.
Yeah, infantry now. They're cautious to give up that southern swing just in case they get kind of undercut on this. Uncivil's definitely seen enough. You can see how quickly these boys are peeking in and out. There are no easy shots here. There are no comfortable fights to be had. Everyone is so drastically experienced now. The problem is for shoot to kill, it looks like they're getting a little bit kind of cornered in here. Seeing Alo, Uncivil, Kurt trying to struggle for that way forward. I don't know what utility they have left, if they have smokes, but infantry are unwilling to give up the south side, which it looks like shoot to kill would like to wrap towards.
I think actually that's off the back of Balefrost kind of pressuring Alo off that high ground angle. It made them rethink their approach. It did force them back towards infantry. This circle, though, as it closes in, like I said, they don't really have anything to cling on to at the side of the compound. Alo actually going to hop on the 2-seater. I'm worried about the plan here. If it's a send towards something,
Oh God.
Maybe they've spotted something I haven't, or just repositioned.
Whichever way you want to do it.
Yeah, they're smoking onto the rocks. Look, they're going to try and get down to the crate. This is huge, actually.
All right. It's a plan. Sometimes you got to make those high risk, high rewards, because otherwise, well, look, the south wasn't available. Infantry made sure of that. Alo's made it. I don't want to say safely, but he's made it somewhere. Maybe almost baiting they were going to go further than they were, because they've held towards the east, and they're actually looking a little towards the north here, maybe trying to creep towards Oath. Balefrost will be the one they meet first, potentially. Relo's vision may not be complementary to this angle.
Infantry just playing the underside of this. Again, they can, similar situations to the previous game, they can wait for this one to play into their hands. Wait for SDK and Oath to show some sort of presence or take contact with each other, but Phase 8 will post and it pulls away again. SDK have further to move now, and Infantry and Oath control the center, and that ridge cuts this circle right in half.
Pressure moment starting to build now. All the teams starting to feel it. Shoot to kill have had to be as versatile as possible, man. Like, nothing's been easy in this game. No comfortable way forward. Infantry themselves, though, hold so much territory here. So many players still alive. 4. So they can just take their time. They hold the line. Shoot to kill can go nowhere. There is now a line drawn in this circle. Just have to find a way in somehow.
Well, just on top of that as well, that previous, as you can see, Kurt still has 5 smokes, but again, that cost them some utility to even get into the previous circle. It's reassuring to see Kurt have something left, but Uncivil and Alo, I know, did invest some for him to progress down on that hillside. Infantry now sending some warning shots out towards Oath, but again, Oath have the security of this wizard tower to hold on to. And SDK, unfortunately, the ones that need to make moves. I can see is that Alo has made it into this circle. He is technically in where he's at, but it's not going to be great once the star posts.
No, you're right. And I want to see what Uncivil and Kurt do. It looks like they're trying to use Alo as their pivot point almost and try and, excuse me, play around that as best they could. A couple of shots towards Oath here and there coming out from Infantry. Again, infantry have all the cards in this. Yes, it is the low ground, but it should be an infantry win. But again, just one kill so far. Unless they make mistakes, it should be their win. That's the crazy thing about this. With their positioning, should be okay. But again, if you think about the center point of this circle, it's basically going to be roughly where 9 is. I mean, I'm trying to think of a way that Oath or Shoot to Kill win this without massive errors being made.
No, infantry have to let this one slip away. I think you're right.
Yeah.
SDK have to come down off the top here, and it's a treacherous cross. Look at it. It finishes right in between Jiao Yang and 9. Boliang able to play that off angle down to the south as well as long skirt. And here comes the move from SDK. Again, Alo still with some utility, but it's going to get invested early. This is not going to garner him a lot of ground into the circle.
No, I think they're going to get caught up in this. Oath are going to start looking towards Shoot to Kill as well. There's no point trying to swing down towards infantry. Those lines drawn in this battlefield are too strong. Boliang's trying to get the nades out, though. The little underhand could have done some damage, but no. Alo's going to sit a little bit further back. There's the first couple of shots from Balefrost. Now, there is angles that work really well for Oath here, keep in mind. And if they somehow double up and pincer in towards infantry like this could be a problem. Relo has found Kurt, though. Longskirt gets knocked in flush. Boliang is there. Uncivil's gone down. NA just folding in on itself. Awkward fight from start to finish, leaving us in a 3v2. Now, yes, we thought this could be maybe a signed, sealed win, but there's still fight in Oath yet. Relo in the open, though. They have no room to work with now, no cover to play with. This would have to be a real miracle run from Oath. But maybe...
Wait.
What? The molly! It's gone 9. Okay, Balefrost, what can you do now? You're in a 1v2. This is surely infantry's. Balefrost now makes the mad dash. He can't do it. A valiant attempt, but it's infantry with the 4-kill win. Going to pop themselves up in first place, I believe, with that.
Yeah, really good stuff from them. Again, similar situations in the previous game. They were able to kind of just let that game play out and capitalize at the final moment. This time around, there was no nade to wipe them out. Unfortunate for SDK, I mean, Phase 7 and Phase 8 just slipped away from them just back to back. Unfortunately, I mean, that first move, yeah, it looked risky. It did get them a spot in the circle, but not a spot they could fight out of. Infantry were able to just break line of sight and hold them. And the important thing there is the discipline, right? Not giving up a knock.
Close game, though. Shoot to Kill. I saw moments happening for them. Definitely saw a couple of moments here and there. Oath, same can be said, but infantry, you're right. I think after that nade moment, shake it off, come back in. Okay, we're back. Okay, we're doing all right. We're right up in first place. And I'm glad to see some of these teams really starting to deliver. To be fair, infantry ones that stood out even during the week, I feel. We saw a lot of the other regions, let's say, you know, Korea, for example, were very late in coming through, but infantry did look quite refined. You know, one of the regions who wasn't, you know, NA or Europe, who did actually make a really good impression early on in the Survive the Week format. So good to see them coming out here and looking solid, keeping that form up going forward, but we still have one more game to go, Pock. I mean, I don't know where this goes. This could be anyone's, right, at this point. It's still close to the top, and I'm sure to talk through all the points is the desk. We'll head over there now.
That's right, infantry with a calm and calculated win here, getting themselves the big W, the big chicken dinner that they needed. And now that is going to be pushing them up to that first place mark, I do believe, by just 1 point. We'll take a look at those overall standings a little later on. Joining me, I have Martin as well as Patrick to break things down. Infantry, they played it steady, Avenger, and it won out for them.
Yeah, they played it quite nicely. Obviously, super passive considering that they had the no-lean compound for a very long time. They didn't get any kills until the very last minutes of the game. Again, we're playing the super settings. If you're looking at a chicken dinner that you potentially can secure with having 4 guys alive for a very late game in a rough circle, because remember, a lot of the teams had to scramble to try to get into the circle. They lost a lot of players under the way. We saw Oath with 2, we saw Shoot to Kill having 2 and 3 in the end there. So them being 4 alive, like they basically had it covered all the way through. Also, nobody coming out of the compound, but I especially like how they left Jiao Yang with a position inside, even though it's just a sliver of the compound that was in. They left him there, and he put a lot of pressure above them while the guys were putting in getting themselves into good positions in the rock side.
And for the other 2 North American teams here in these final circles for us, it was a rough tumble to have to deal with 4AM. Sorry, not 4AM, infantry waiting at the bottom.
Yeah, both Oath and Shoot to Kill had a pretty decent game though. They got second, third place with 9 kills each. And I mean, that is, by the book, really good. We saw, of course, Oath coming in from the east side, while SDK kind of started with Yasnaya. They actually had no lean for a while as well before they opted to go up the hills, taking the shacks instead and playing from up there. They held it down really good, but towards the end there, it was kind of written already that it was going to be SDK versus Oath taking the first fight. They had to take that fight. But as you can see as well, it was a very slow ending. No one really wants to take that fight because all of them know once you take this fight, you're going to be out. You're not going to win the game, basically. And yeah, everyone's just trying to wait until the last second, and that's when it kind of hurts everyone instead of, and you're not going to have any winner from it. And of course, Infantry, they take good advantage of that, coming in from the low ground, playing it really well. And once again, I'm kind of surprised to see Infantry playing this passive because I thought they would push up on the SDK a little bit earlier there on the southeast side.
Yeah, definitely so. It's crazy on some of these hillsides, Martin, because they can afford a lot of room to a lot of teams. And then you're in a kind of target-rich environment where we're seeing some of these highlights coming in, and there's teams crossing other teams, people shooting at the other team whilst that's happening. Then you just got the pick of the litter whenever it comes to some kills going on.
Yeah, for sure, but also it's super hard because the elevation and the terrain is super hard to play, and it's these areas is very hard to kind of remember because each rock and each area is so specific that it's not always that all these teams have maybe played these positions here, so it's hard to play these areas, but it's also super dense as well. You saw how many teams that was able to play in a very small area towards the end as well, and then in the end, utility playing a huge factor as well.
Infantry, as we mentioned, will be taking the top spot off the back of that after having a second and a first place in our previous 2 games. That second place obviously yielding 8 kills. So let's take a look at the points coming in from this game overall for them. They didn't have too many kills off the back of it. It was just a 4-piece for the 14 overall. And Oath manages to take the top spot with the 15 points. They get themselves and Shoot to Kill with 14 as well. It's a good game for North America. And now, Froz, when we look at the overall positions of SDK, Oath, etc., they're both now in the 50s club, which means it's so close. Anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically probably going to be down to the last game. Who's going to win that is going to be the winner of this weekend overall. But look at this. Infantry, not even 1,000 damage, still winning the game. And we talk about this all the time, how aggressive the Chinese teams are. So we're kind of surprised to see them not having more damage, not engaging more fights. They're not taking more fights than necessary. And I kind of like it. That's kind of adapting to all the other teams and what's happening around them.
And here we have our top 5 kills. And we have Halo sitting up at the top. Furia was able to put a thorn in the side of VP up towards the top, Martin, there. After it looked like VP had a great spot, but it was not to be for them.
No, I was actually quite sure that they're going to be in a super strong spot while we see Oath and Shoot to Kill take over the top 5 damage leaderboards here. I was certain that they were going to have a great spot, like even the rotation with their cars to try to get into the spot that Oath was in, or in the late game at least. But overall, it was just a rough game for them. Like, they put themselves in a position where 2 teams had multiple angles on them and they just had no cover to play. And then Furia came in as well, and it was just like they had all the angles, all the degrees around them was covered, and they basically had nothing to play there. And then Furia was really cleaning up in the end there, especially with Kill Demo.
It is going to be close going into the last game. It not only proves to me that it's going to come down to 1 game here for the weekly final, but also the fact that so many teams across these 2 months could easily become the champion at the end of the PGI.S from seeing a whole week's worth of games go on so far. We're going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, we have 1 more game remaining to find out who wins weekly final number 1.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal too.
Three men in yellow. There's a different team in my block.
No lethals. We might be
Comms
getting crashed.
might be getting crashed.
Can we all survive here?
Try to use cars on yellow.
On me, on me, on me.
He's in the US.
Yo, you can res.
Should we crash this or no?
Yes, drive at him, into him, all of you.
They're crashing. You need to leave. You need to get in the car and take the shed. Get in the car and take yellow right now.
Okay, let's get ready to drive.
They're not chasing you.
It's gonna be taken.
Not taken.
You need a nade.
Don't have any.
You have mollies.
Nope. I have one stun.
Oh. You got a stone and... You gotta pray that they don't hit a nade on you. You're getting crash. Take your time.
Let's go!
Nice,
Dude!
bro.
Nice job, baby.
Welcome back to PGI.S. It all comes down to one more game here for our first weekly final. It could not be closer. We have what is effectively 10 teams that could walk away with this if one of them pops off down towards the bottom as well. I'm joined by Avenger and Froz. And the big question on everyone's mind for this one is, who do you think is going to walk away with it? And you know what, Avenger, I'm going to torture you and start with you.
Well, who I think and who I hope. I am personally pretty biased, invested with infantry. One of my picks for the most kills and picks for the #1 spot. And no, I think they've showed pretty well here with the second place and a first place that they're in it to win it. Even though they only have 1 point lead, they're leading the kills lead right now. They have 1 point lead in the top there, and they're looking pretty damn well. Like the momentum and the confidence boost you must have for having 2 good games here must be super high for them. And also it's one more game of Wrangle. They just had a standout performance on Wrangle here with 2 somewhat different endings as well. So, and 2 different kind of play styles as well. Frost was touching on a little bit, going from the kind of super passive playstyle to more aggressive playstyle in the last game, and we know they can be super aggressive as well. So I kind of want to see that in the end, make sure that I don't sit here and my heart start beating too much with hoping them, not getting enough kills to be the #1 kill leader. Just they start fragging out from the beginning and close it out with a 15 kill win. That would be super nice for infantry.
How about yourself, Froz? Who are you looking at?
Well, to be honest, I was looking at Team Liquid and Africa Freaks coming into the today because they had a 13 and 16 point cushion to the other teams, but they have not taken advantage of that. Basically, now they're sitting behind a little bit. I'm looking at another team from China. I'm looking at 4AM. I think they're gonna do great here in the last game. We see them, of course, getting that first win on the getting the win on the first Erangel game, and then in the last one, 9th place with 5 kills. This is it. They're grabbing the win again, and they're gonna take it all home.
And Kalaris, the Korean sympathizer, is going for the South Koreans. Let's do it. It's the final game. Pansy and Hypoc. Let's go.
Well, it is the final game indeed, and if you're just tuning in, you've missed a boatload of action, but luckily for you, it's so close, you might as well come in with a fresh idea as to who could win this. This is the PGI.S. PGI.S. presented by Intel, where gaming happens. Now, the reason I'm excited is because it is essentially a best of 1 for I don't know how far I want to stretch it. How far down do we go to say this is possible? How far do we allow that cutoff point to be?
I mean, we can say 10 teams, but it relies on kind of 3 or 4 of them just literally drawing blanks, right? Just absolute donuts in this last game and picking up nothing whatsoever.
But
so
how often does that happen, though? It happens so often. It's like...
Yeah.
It scares me, dude. That's the amount of times coming into the final game, right? And if you haven't watched previous big international tournaments, the amount of times there's a team sitting in first place and we go, right, well, they should be good, this team should be fine, and then boom boom, they just drop out, right? And it's insane to see. Now, in this scenario, infantry are towards the top end, right? You've got Africa Freaks below that, VP, Liquid, and then 4AM, Genji, Shoot to Kill, Sonic's FaZe. I'd say that's kind of as much as I'm giving it. I'll kind of leave that as the... Even towards the end, then it might get a little tricky. It's not impossible, though.
No, it's not. But again, if we're going to look at kind of performances on the day, I mean, Liquid's still holding on to 4th. They've picked up 10 points in total. So all of this volatility, like leaderboard-wise, there are still some teams that, I mean, you could argue are due a good game, right? In terms of expectations. I mean, 4AM have made strides. Genji have just managed to maintain in a similar sort of fashion, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But I mean, for me, if we're going to talk momentum, it's Africa Freaks and Infantry. For me, they're consistently picking up points, and even in situations where they shouldn't necessarily. So yes, we talk about 0-point games, but the ones towards the top aren't the ones just drawing blanks so far today.
I'm going to do something stupid, I'm going to bank that FaZe are going to have a belter of a game, right? I'm not saying they're going to win it, but I'm going to say they're going to have a really good game. Circle, good. It's a Sunday. It's the final chance to do something good. I mean, the easy choice, infantry. They are in first place. The fun choice, FaZe. So,
yeah. I mean, that could be the first time in PUBG. I don't think we've ever seen a team in 9th at the start of the final game come out and win across like a best of 10, effectively.
We haven't seen the points this close before either, though.
No.
I feel like FaZe are on 54 points, and in first place, the very tip top is 67. That's a very feasible jump potentially.
Stars are aligned.
If everything goes right. Now, seeing the positioning as well, Freaka Freaks aren't in a bad position, right? Like, they're actually in Milta, they're fine, they have no one nearby, they've got a really good, place to kind of enter in from. They'll be actually pretty okay in this circle as well. It's not a bad circle by any margin or means for them. Where is infantry in this? That's where I should be looking. Bum, ba, da, bum. Where are they right now? Okay, they're on the coast. They're down by Ferry Pier, the old Na'vi drop. So that's kind of where they're sitting towards. Who else is within this VP? Up by Stalber, so a little bit tricky on the circle, but feasible, but a bit rough. Liquid, Gaka's going to be brutal as well, coming in from. So yeah, I mean, looking at the positions, infantry should have. A Freaka Freak should probably have the best entryway to this out of the top cusp at least.
Yeah, and looking at this early on, this for me, Gen G actually going to spot out a rotation way far in the distance, far enough for the player tags not even to show up for us. But again, getting control of Everest early on, maybe trying to get a read on some of those rotations, potentially looking for early kill points. That's something we've seen Gen G do time and time again on the global stage. Oh, actually, Gustav going to catch a tag from Volibear there. But FaZe making early moves as well. Already ahead of the 5-minute mark, so TSM actually making strides this direction too. This could be tricky because I think it's only 2 members of FaZe that have gone forward, right? It's Atesy and Gustav, and Fuzzface
joining
and
the rest, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, they are actually. Yeah, sorry, they were ahead of them. Sorry, I was looking back over towards the map stream there. I couldn't spot them behind them, but this is actually a regroup. It was Atesy and Gustav trailing in rotation. TSM are going to settle for 4 over towards Shelter. Again, familiar territory for these boys.
Yeah, not too far away. Shelter always brings back such good memories when like no one really knew about it. It wasn't like listed on the map at the start, and it was like this cool thing. You're like, oh my god, it goes down.
You had to guess the tunnels. Nobody knew which tunnel led to where.
No one knew where it led. You're just kind of like in this little like mystery. I loved those days. It was very good fun. And then the hot drops began. Just the mass of people just pouring in towards it. Okay, we start to see some of the teams a little further out, starting to work their way in. Oath being one of them. You've got Liquid sweeping through Pachinki, just, heading back to where they grew up, their hometown heroes, old Pachinki, just waiting for them. But I'm going to have to hit the little drive-by on that, maybe pull up for a second, scout it out. But we are seeing FaZe and Na'Vi having a potential clash to start with. Na'Vi fancy this one. Uber's here. Atesy's here. Atesy with a good start there. Finds Tab. No trade yet for Na'Vi. Nade comes through. Atesy looking to confirm, or at least hinder the res, which he's somewhat doing this time around. Fuzzface, this is pretty scary stuff. He's gone for the drive-by. It's not going well.
No.
A fumble from Fuzzface. The shot just not there, and Orange finds form at the worst time for the FaZe fans. And this is a tragedy in the making. It's falling to pieces for FaZe. Now, yes, Uber's still alive, but Gustav's knocked. We've got TSM third partying. This ain't pretty. This ain't pretty at all. It's going to be a 3-player at best they can hold.
Yeah, and Senya off in the distance as well. You see he's trying to still pressure onto this and prevent Gustav getting revived. But TSM, you can see they were looking back over this way. It's actually Iroh going to pick up the kill onto Orange. They're going to steal that one away from FaZe. So a much needed kill point. Oh, Uber got the last tag. Senya will fall. So FaZe will clean up 3 kill points out of that at least. Can they get the revive onto Gustav? We'll have to wait and see. I think they were in the process. I'm looking at the leaderboard to see if that red ticker turns green if he does get back on his feet.
Yeah, I'm looking at it too. I imagine that, yeah, there it is. Okay,
Yeah,
they'll be okay. They've stabilized for now, but it's definitely a vulnerability, and TSM will remember this. They know that they are now down to 3. They've definitely seen that flush. They know where it's come from, and probably do the rest of the lobby. And being as 3 isn't the worst thing in the world, but it does weaken your hold on certain areas. This is going to weaken substantially for K7. The slow pull-up. Spyro is just sat there being patient. VP, point in the pocket.
But, I mean, the other thing to consider, again, it's so heavily dependent on circles. The spot that FaZe are going to hold on to, it can be a good opportunity to farm kills. High traffic, you know, if there are some funky shifts, there could be some teams make a mad dash across that open terrain. So it's a good start for FaZe. Yes, it cost them 1, but picking up, I mean, it would have been great if they'd have got the full wipe on Na'Vi.
Yeah.
But now up to 57. That's already two placements on the leaderboard. That's the insanity of this final game.
Yeah, and this is the thing. We have to see teams take these risks, otherwise you lose.
Yes,
right? You can't just sit there late game and hope that you get an easy end and all that. You've got to proactively take fights, and we're seeing a big one potentially unfold here. It looks like Sonics don't want this. They're backing away. They've fallen out of this fight. They don't really want to hold that forward position. Maybe fall back towards Mime and Trimsy. You've got H-Win and old Tickleton over here. And yes, falls away to the other compound. Liquid control the one and only Potato Hill.
Again, familiar territory for both of them, to be honest with you. You usually see Liquid come up and play that out of Pachinki, and exactly the same for Sonic. So no real surprise to see them have similar trains of thought early on here in this game. Tulins trying to play a little trap out in Yasnaya Fields from the Wizard Tower, maybe get himself a couple of kills in rotation, but no damage landed on. And actually, Rusty Zero going to respond with a tag. Lou actually going to come over towards Battlegrounds. I maybe thought he was going to try and pick him up there or try and give him some backup, but he's going to pull away from it.
Scary little area to be in. And again, I now wait with bated breath on the circle. This kind of really defines who's in those power positions, who can maybe make holds on this. Because people are going to make risky maneuvers here because there's no point going out with a middling result, right? You've got to try and make the high-end plays here. So for now, we've got 10 seconds until the update on that circle and see who gets that prime spot, who gets the main territory. It's actually a pretty even spread across the board. Bit of Yasnaya Fields, bit of farm side. Okay, right towards TSM. FaZe, a Freak of Freaks, more importantly, have very strong positioning. Now, there isn't necessarily hard cover. You've got, you can use the terrain around you. There is a couple of, I guess, Harry Potter towers. There's bits and pieces, but it's not solidified hard cover. There's a bit more than there used to be, for sure, but it can be a bit precarious. Now, if that hill gets swarmed, that's where you see problems begin, or they frag out on it. But for now, that's a problem for later. We have to look towards the extremities. Teams who are up towards Yasnaya Fields, teams who are towards the Potato Hill, the farms. That's where it's going to get a bit dicey on all these outskirts. Already, Sonic's on the move. That's going to be 4 a.m. right next to them.
Yeah, I'm just going to run alongside each other. I was going to say a mutual agreement there, but breaking of the treaty, a little bit of damage going on to Crazy, and you don't want to poke the beast, especially in rotation now. Shrim's going to get a tag back in response, but actually, God V, a little bit of a vehicular slip up there, but TSM, this is playing right into their arms. Wookie and Iroh find knocks onto 4am and Sonics. Tiggleton.
Oh, if you landed that spray, if you had landed that follow-up, I'd have lost my mind. But for now, this is a bloodbath over by the shelter. As you're going to see Forever, at least flushing towards Vard for now. And we said there's always a danger with 4am. These boys do scare the living hell out of most people. They can just flip a switch, it feels like, and they become terrifying. However, they are a man down for now. Res has not come through yet. You have Sonics over here, you have TSM over here, and a lot of teams now going to have vision occasionally on this. Potentially TSG, AAA, Freak of Freaks if they go up the hill, and then FaZe on the other side. So none of this is particularly safe. Forever's going to make a mad dash for it too.
Sorry.
Who are you off to?
Is he going for this crate?
Nah, I saw it on the minimap. I was going to consider saying it, and I thought, no, surely not.
What? Where is he going?
Valid questions, Hypoc. Valid.
I really should be the one answering that, but I have no clue.
No, sometimes logic defies us. However, now at Freak of Freaks, I said there was Harry Potter towers up here. They've given that over to Sonics, but there's a nade in a cat's hand, and Trimsy's looking vulnerable. Oh, it's so well placed. Trimsy is just shredded. Mime now on red alert. He can't get the res yet. He knows that they're going to start pressuring this. More nades to follow. Yeah, bye-bye. That's a big pickup of points as well. And a big name gone. 15th for Sonics. They are out of this one. Say goodbye. And a Freak of Freaks start building up their point buffer. 2 kills in their pocket, and they maintain that hillside position. No one else fancies it.
Picking up some Much needed points. Speaking of points, get ready for the last one of the day, guys. 9ZQ DTK AX UFNA. Fred, Keck, get it done. Alt tab, get it put in. Some free points for you there.
Treat yourself. Final game of the day. Oh, a Tommy gun with the red dot. Ooh. Oofed.
Peng's just a fan favorite, man. The hair, the Tommy gun.
It's a show.
All the
He's a
boxes.
showman. Oh, yeah. You ever want content? There's your man. True ambition. Outside of though, this circle will be updating in a couple of seconds now. Let's see who gets the prime position on this. Okay,
Oh my
this
God.
is prison lumberyard sort of area. This means phase moves, K7 moves, VP, Gen G, Liquid already in a decent spot. So is infantry, nicely positioned. Right, phase. Let's see. 1 HP, Gustav. Are you kidding me? You lucky boy. Take it in. Have a look around the halls. Remind yourself who's on these walls. Put yourself beside them for now. Gets a quick heal off. It's going to be time to go for them. There is area here. None of it's perfect, but there is area available. 4AM going to start their moves. I like what Liquid did coming to the side early. I think they had a good idea to go for it. A Freak still in the perfect position here. Their positioning on these circles has been incredibly well considered.
It has indeed. And again, relieving some of that pressure. And yes, it's Sonics that rotated in, but gives them the opportunity now in terms of momentum, spread out, find some more ground, get set up and situated. 4AM, I mean, the the rotation confusion continues, but they're actually just going to pull up on the hillside, I guess, over just southwest of Prison, big sloping hill. And again, high traffic. This for me looks like a play for just kills. Try and find some space, get set up, get a read on the situation, find out where a couple of teams are. And Oath being this split, I mean, if they pick up this gun onto reload, it's going to give them a really, really good position on the side. And we know how good Prism Rocks can be in circles like this.
Okay, I think FaZe is starting to consider how they move up, slowly shifting forward. Gen G starting their run through Milta. They already have Inonix a little further ahead, just off towards the west side. They've kind of left him there posted up. Shoot to kill, keeping track of K7 heading around towards the eastern side. FaZe, I feel as though that's probably their best bet. I'm surprised they didn't move earlier, but look at PO. How much does he know, and has the opposition seen him? Always seemingly the front man for them. And if he stands still for a second, that's going to be a death. And yeah, a double tag triple. PO makes it look easy. Infantry losing out for a player here.
Yeah, a weird off angle, I guess, just to secure any possibility of a team rotating in behind.
Wait, FaZe is going up the hill? No, FaZe, what? Why didn't you go to the east? Oh no, 4AM.
No.
The trap is set. This is going to surely be the end of them. Forever lets them pass. This is smart. They're waiting on the other two to get the shots, and now they can finally crunch towards the other side. Uber goes down. Gustav gets the trade, but it's got V, and this is 4AM dashing the hopes of FaZe here. And this push-up. I mean, I wish they'd gone that further east route that K7 took, but maybe not feeling it was available to them. Maybe that shoot-to-kill presence, maybe seeing K7 go there, they just didn't think it was a worthwhile attempt. But this has caused them absolute disaster here. 4AM just did them dirty.
The trap was disgusting.
A VP going for the shack? Ooh, okay, a little bit of the shack play coming out from Heroes in there, and Spyro going to be a little further forward. Update coming in, let's see. A freak of freaks, man. You've been out bidding Steve? Like, what's going on here? What's going on?
And like I said, I mean, they dealt with the one team that kind of pulled up on top of them, and Bassoon's going to get found out there, but it's actually a freak of freaks, a CAD that steals that one away, so it's another kill point going over to them. That's 3 for them now. So a 2-point buffer on infantry. Like I said, Sonics was the only team that pulled up here, and that was kind of a desperation. Lost one in rotation. We're going to send it towards the Wizard Tower. So Africa Freaks already clearing their surroundings with this early game control. And look what it's done for them now. Circle 4 is posted, and they're in a godlike position.
Okay. They really are. 4AM going to move up towards the Harry Potter Tower, but we already saw how well they dealt with Sonics when they went towards this. So Freak of Freaks just like, yes, more kills. Feed me. I am fine with this. We have great ground covered. We're in, we've got all that information coming towards us. Furia being kind of the guardians of the eastern side. They can get shots towards it. This is Liquid, though, moving up as well. Clib not shy to show position. Oh, trying to thread it through the trees, never easy. But now, Liquid try and hold that kind of, I guess, trench area, the newly implemented towards the southeast side of Lumber, but Freaka Freaks are just getting more targets, target-rich environment. These guys have set themselves up for success, counting down on the shots there. It was a quick execution.
Well, yeah, the team shot too strong. Lockslock will fall. Another one gets posted for Afrika Freaks, and elsewhere, AC does get spotted out. That's FaZe Clan out in 14th. They will sit on 58 points.
Sag. Big Sag. I mean...
Muy Sag.
Yeah. Like, as selfish as it sounds, I'd love to hear Fuzzface kind of watching it back, kind of talking it through. Again, if you guys don't watch the streams, a lot of these players will sit there and kind of review it, watch it back when they get the chance and kind of have a talk through. Make sure you find them on Twitch, support the players as well. Incredible content out there being made by all of these teams, especially in Korea. Liquid's been making some amazing videos too, so keep up with it. Immerse yourself in this. For now, we start seeing all the teams working into position. Infantry... space-wise, don't have as much to work with here. They are kind of pinned to this. If they go north, you've got the Freak Freaks is the last team you want to give points to. If you go south, you've still got Gen G and a bit of Virtus Pro. So they're kind of in a terrible... they're kind of in a shit sandwich. I mean, there's not too many ways to say it. It's there is no nice way out of this, but we have to see where the circle goes. 8 seconds now.
And 4 AM able to, I guess, keep Afrika Freaks honest with that play up towards the Wizard, and actually it centers once again up just north of Afrika Freaks. I mean, you can say it's favorable circles, but getting there early and fending off the teams they did is what's got them in this position. Actually, TSM pulling up in 4 AM's backyard and trying to share these Wizard towers. Iroh down on the outside, Miracle on the inside, so a very difficult res. Forever actually going to try and lob a nade all the way down there. If that gets a good bounce, oh my god. Oh, it nearly caught him just on the cross.
Oof. Okay, second time around, Forever. We've seen the nades before. We get, oh no, the bounce off the banister. 4 AM just have like these projectiles coming out of everywhere, and they're so well done. TSM, done for. See you later, boys. Europe's not having a good run this time, neither is NA. But we still have some hopes left out there for those regions, trying to desperately hold on. You've still got Shoot to Kill, you've still got Oath out and about, but on the drive-by, EJ again just racking up points. And TSG on the receiving end of all of this attention in none of the ways they wanted. And now Clibs battering in towards VP. This is going to get a land grab going on. 4 AM might get fed at the top of this hill.
And they come still going to tag up Esther a little bit. K7 eliminated elsewhere. Jeans will find that final kill. Genji, again, they got a lot of pressure on this rotation, trying to sweep around the edge. They actually opt to pull up. I mean, there was 2 drive-by knocks that came through. Sia's position doesn't look like it's noted by Genji at least. And Peng just trying to hold on to the backside of this rock for as long as he can. Try and find an opening onto the backside, and he will find it. Pio will fall, doesn't get the flash immediately, but Sia will respond as well. 2 of Genji fall.
Really good crossfire. Loki's deeper angles actually at least allowed them a step forward. Sia's now going to be under threat. Inonix is going to see that. That should be a death. No! Sia somehow gets to the ground quick enough to deny that. There we go. The double dip gets it. And maybe some reses can come out and they can get back on their feet. For now, we see Infantry on the push. They're the ones trying to chase down Afrika Freaks towards the top. And here we go. Sweeping past one. Spyro's still alive. We saw him doing well before. But it's Ibby to find one. But Spyro's been claimed by a CAD. They are farming points of Afrika Freaks from the back lines. Putting up numbers. Liquid, though, still staying alive for now. They want to get rid of Longsker and rid of Infantry. One of the teams in front of them in this point. Good flashes, though. Nice usage of the trees around. The foliage not being nice to Ibby this time. 3 kills already. And they could cleanly do this. But the Blues moving in, and Liquid are going to have Afrika Freaks breathing down their neck, and oh, here it comes. A cat's found James. Good nades indeed, but by now, look at the beast on the horizon. Afrika Freaks are waiting for them. As soon as they clear this, it's going to be the big boss at the end waiting, and there we go. 7 kills, make it 8. Look at these guys.
Oh my god.
Just popping off, and again, Infantry falls. Liquid with 2 alive, but Afrika Freaks with 75 points, 8 kills, prime position on the circle, looking unfazed throughout this.
I mean, if they deal with Liquid here, they literally have full control of this side, and especially with the new circle posting, they're potentially in a position to gatekeep Genji as well. They can pick up even more kills towards the late game.
Okay, third party finally appears. They've been getting away scot-free with most of these fights. There hasn't been too much back. Furia finally get vision towards this. Now, that won't really hinder Afrika Freaks too much. That just means they have to be a bit more careful on that eastern side flank. They have to be a bit more careful to not give it away. Now, 4AM going to try and keep Oath further back. And if we see a nade from them, you know it's going to probably land. PackCaps finds that out the hard way. But Furia still going to get themselves together again. They're over towards the east. This is actually outside of the new circle. This is still kind of on the northwestern side here. So with that not coming through from Purdy Curdy, they're going to turn their attention right back towards this 4AM fight. And yeah, here's the pull-up. It looks like Afrika Freak's going to get challenged a little bit by Gen G. The pre-nade is perfect.
It does so much damage. Unfortunately, it doesn't get a knock, but all three players got to reset and get a first aid off before they can even think about pushing onto the compound here. And that's going to give Afrika Freaks a really good opportunity to set up. I said they could potentially gatekeep here. They've got Gen G pinned against this rock right now on the outside of their compound.
But look at Hikari as well. Hikari's sat off at an off angle. He's found Ibby. While all this happened, they have 3 players dedicated to this fight, and he's been able to watch as Liquid have pulled up the hill, trying to use this as perfect timing. Good idea, but they didn't account for this player still watching this. So now it's just Clib for Liquid. The last team, apart from maybe 4AM, Gen G maybe, that can push this. Shoot to kill would need mad results from this point onward. This is where it starts becoming almost impossible, especially if Afrika Freaks keep doing this. They are about to get to double digits just on kills alone.
They are indeed. We still, again, yes, 1 placement point active right now. 8 teams remain, but this is absolute insanity from Afrika Freaks, and this is all from early game control. Fending off the teams that decided to rotate in towards them. It gave them so much room to work with. SDK now have to deal with the onslaught of Oath over on the north side. Again, they can coexist for the time being, but look at that minimap now. It's so condensed with some of these teams.
All right, Clib, you just gotta hold on, bud. Just stay safe down there. Don't. Just live. Hikari just scouting away up top, but over on the other side of things, you're gonna have Gen G trying to work their way in. They decided against the Afrika Freaks push, and probably the best choice there. If you're deciding who to fight, I'd avoid the team who just got double digits with all 4 alive. Yeah, no, you know what? Sure, 4AM, sure, shoot to kill. Oath, yep, we're ready for it, no worries. Shoot to kill aren't doing badly either. They've got three kills to their name, pretty central point, comfy enough. 4AM down to 2, a couple of scrappy teams still left in this.
Oh, indeed. I'm going to see the circle update once again. It's going to pull towards the south and favorite Afrika Freaks. I got to say it. I know people are saying this is lucky, but if you've got 10 kills ahead of phase 5 or 6 closing or whatever it was, as far as I'm concerned, you've done it. You've earned it there. Let the circle gods gift you.
All right, shoot to kill, tuck themselves into the lumberyard. Gonna start working their way down towards the south, maybe deciding, that north is just too busy with teams. Why is no one coming down here? And then they see them.
It's a good move.
They see the Korean gods. But it is a good idea. They can live actually quite comfortably in this position. If they want to just take this over, they could get a good angle on towards the Afrika Freaks too. However, while all this happens, Oath are getting into the scrap themselves. Rello with a snap on towards Inonix. Good night. That was so quick. Shoot to kill have actually got some good damage towards Hikari, who's going to be kind of having to now take into account, okay, we've got a new team coming over this way. This has to change our dynamic here.
Indeed, it's actually 4AM trail STK. They followed them in this rotation down into the pit, into the lumberyard, and Crazy will find the opening onto Kurt. The nades following through. This is when you know it's okay. That one didn't do an awful lot of damage, but it's going to give it an opening for 4AM to push up on this. STK trying to reset and get the res on.
Oh god!
How have 4AM still got utility?
So good. Good night, sweet Prince Clib. You did good. You did your best. We're all proud of you. However, shoot to kill. Now you've got Afrika Freaks on your back, and you've got 4AM in front of you. Good luck, boys. And you just killed Rusty's Error. That's not the player you wanted, but you'll take it, I guess. Alo does find Hikari, so they have been able to find 1 kill. That's a dirty angle from Alo. But there's a CAD. Look at this. They're so well just prepared. Quick little nade comes out, pushes forward, moving further and further in the right direction. Excuse me. A flash. Alo now completely flashed up. This is going to be a huge bloody battle. Gen G re-aggressing on this side. They want to try and pincer towards Afrika Freaks, but they are not going down without a fight. EJ finally falls. There is still a chance that Afrika Freaks go down here, but they are trying to hold the line.
And look at it, it becomes more and more unlikely mathematically. And yes, Afrika Freaks down to 2 now, but they've done the majority of the hard work. Gen.G absolutely making use of this time to re-aggress onto Afrika Freaks over on the west side. Loki will get that first aid off, so that will give PO and Loki a fighting chance. I believe Hansi actually going to go aggressive here. Comes over the top, finds the headshot.
Great
PO
choice.
down now. Just 2 members left, and they clean up the second one as well. Afrika Freaks up to 13 kills now.
Incredible work. They saw which fight they could potentially deal with, even at maybe, you know, a risk, and they took it so well. And Alo's not going to push that. He has no idea what he'd be walking into. Afrika Freaks refuse to die. These guys are playing an incredible game coming out here. And now the only real challenger to them would be 4am or a heroic performance from Shoot to Kill. And maybe Luke 12 fancies a go at it. We'll see how far they can get, finding at least the knock towards Hansia, but a cat is still alive. And now Oath on the other side. Oath are looking to maybe take down some of Shoot to Kill if they can get around on the angle. The molly's starting to burn, and there's problems now starting to begin. We're going to get towards those 4 teams pretty soon. There it is. Afrika Freaks go down, but the bar is set high. They have really put up numbers here and said, all right, you want to take this from us? Good luck. 82 points is what you've got to aim for. Give it your best shot.
There's still kill points available. I mean, Oath, SDK still have 4 up, 4am down to 2. And Furia still 3 men alive. Relo actually going to find Alo across the lumberyard here, and Oath looking to aggress up actually on the rock side. They could be playing right into SDK's utility here. They're going to get smoked off initially. SDK need to reset and get that revive. Alo back on his feet already.
There's no easy choices in this. Belfast, if he peeks... Has he seen him? He's seen him for sure. Buddy Cuddy gets banged! Belfrost, big shot towards Kurt. Backs away, waits for the push to come back. He's got Packcaps by his side. Oath still at 4 standing in this. Shoot to Kill, probably a little flustered. Now trying to get the high ground on him. Oh, the Molotov just in front. Belfrost does go down to Alo. Good work with the trade. Relo comes back in towards Alo, and this is just an NA brawl right now. The Brazilian squad now starting to sweep through as well. They're going to have to get into this fight. 4am waiting so quietly down below. Luke 12 with the spray. Good towards 1. He needs another, though. There are still threats aplenty. Alo's still knocked. They want to try and survive. God V holds back. Furia, Raspu, another one. Good tags, good damage. Pushing it out. Crazy. Oh, my word. Crazy is going off here. He's just putting on a show for you guys at home. Trying to chase that top spot. And again, North America still having this raging battle, but Shoot to Kill, 4 still stand. They need points, so they have to get points on the board if they want a chance at chasing any of this. Tapping away, they see the players, but 4am are trying to get all of these in their pockets. 4am of 7 kills.
Down. Yeah, look at it. They're still holding on to this position now. God V creeping back over towards SDK's side. SDK still 4 strong, 9 kill points now on the board for them. Kurt just desperately looking for something down into the lumberyard, but the more they shoot, the more information it feeds over to 4am, and they're playing right into their hands right now, Lauren.
Oh, 4am, God V's waiting. The edge of that smoke could be the death of anyone. Alo still considering, can he maybe go around the other side? You can see him looking for this, but Vest broken. Kill demo can still be his downfall.
Oh my god.
But Alo, his position's good. Luke's got the first, he's got to go now. Oh, the cleanup from Alo! Death from above, Shoot to Kill, doing work here. Pushing themselves up into 2nd place, 11 kills. And they're still going. Kill demo now, the last one alive. Oh, he doesn't know where to look, what to do, flashing out, doing whatever he can to try and live. But it's Alo to claim it. Shoot to Kill, putting in work.
Wow. What a finale for the weekly finals. A fantastic game from SDK there again, just being so proactive with the time and space they were given, just absolutely farming kill points. Yes, it was Afrika Freaks through the mid game, but the late game was just the story of SDK there. What a crazy finale.
That was perfect. Afrika Freaks, man. As said, you said it so right. You know, we don't turn down a good circle. You take them. But it's what you do with them, right? They were center point, they were sitting pretty, but they just went out and dominated. They battered anyone coming their way. Gen.G ran to the other side of the circle, they didn't want it that much. No one wanted to fight these guys, they were on such good form. So great to see them come out and look so sharp here. But again, Shoot to Kill. I know it sucks to not come in first and have to walk away, but that final performance was something to really enjoy.
No, it absolutely was, but oh my god, I can't believe it. Again, with teams like 4am pulling up into the mix. Yes, Africa Freaks dealt with Sonics early on, but I thought there was a couple of teams that, you know, in terms of momentum, again, 4am, you put them in the scrap, they love it. They absolutely love to play spots like that. Just a crazy finale up on the Lumberyard, but Africa Freaks edging things out, man. That mid-game work, again, mathematically it becomes impossible. Yes, STK made a push for it, but I mean, they could sit back. They absolutely earned that off of, yes, a favorable circle. I know people were going off on it, but 10 kills before Circle 5 closes, I'm happy you've earned it.
Yeah, I think all of us are happy with that performance. Any fan of PUBG will be. That was a gorgeous display, but that's enough from us for at least the weekend now. Hopefully see you guys soon, but before you leave, let's head back to the desk to hear the wrap-up of the day, to break it all down and give you all that information you want to hear.
That's right. Thank you for the great commentary, guys, throughout the weekend. And we have South Korean turf defended as we see Africa Freaks blast the final game here to be able to secure themselves the top spot. We'll look at the standings later on, of course, but they are our weekly final champions from our first week. And we do have to talk about STK, though, Froz and Avenger joining me here because, well, actually, you know what? Let's continue talking about Africa Freaks right now, because it is very evident they have garnered themselves a huge spot, Avenger, after taking this weekly final.
Yeah, massive spot, putting themselves into a good amount of money here. 47,000, it says. I think that's including, of course, the chunk of the crowd-funded prize pool as well, so that's super good to see. But also they fragged out here in the last game. The amount of kills that they put up, the amount of pressure that they put up, they deserved that. Also, they won 2 games. It's the only team there, so they literally deserve it more than anyone here. And the amount of kills they put out throughout the whole weekend here has been extremely impressive.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Africa Freaks and Korea was having a hard time before. Africa Freaks kind of looked like a bit of a lame duck, Froz, but coming into the weekly finals, they've blasted out. They're like, haha, just kidding, lol.
Well, they had a rough time during the seeding games and during the weekly survival. They managed to clutch the second to last game in the weekly survival, getting in here. I don't think we were expecting too much from them, but they've been having a blast of games. They started off with an explosive start, of course, with the 2 wins in game 2 and 3, but they've basically just been continuing on a steady road towards the top there the whole time. And then with this explosive win, but explosive last game, securing themselves that first place here in the first weekly final.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from them. So congratulations to Africa Freaks. Let's talk about STK, though, because Avenger, they jumped from 8th place, not in any money whatsoever, to 2nd with this last game performance.
Yeah, 22 point a game here in the last one, and they've been fragging out through all the way. I think by the calculations and some of the early numbers I've seen, I think they might take the top spot in the most in the kill leader kind of election as well. So that's extremely impressive. We saw that yesterday. They were continuously just putting points on the board with the kills, and that's a solid strategy, especially here in the weekly finals.
Yeah, definitely. So, Froz, your thoughts on STK?
Looking at STK, only in the last 2 games out of the 10 games they played, they got half of their points. That shows that they can actually get a lot more than what they just showed us here. So I'm looking forward to see if they can do even better in the next weekly finals, if they're going to be there, of course, because there's some time in between there.
Yes, indeed. Impressive stuff, though. I think, a lot of people, Martin, came into this weekly final especially saying, when it came to North America, Sonics, but it did not materialize, and it was STK that kind of snatches back that North American crown here for the moment, and in great style.
Yeah, historically they have also been the best performing team on the whole international stage for a long time, for coming out of NA, also going back to 2019 and stuff like that as well.
Now let's hear from an interview here from our winners.
That was a really close game, and let's meet with our first winning team of this week's series, Koreans Africa Freaks. Congratulations.
이렇게 가슴 졸이게 팬들을 만드는 팀이 또 있을까?
I wonder if there's any other team that really gets their fans on edge.
결국
Today's game was really close.
상금의 주인공은 아프리카 프릭스.
And you guys are taking home $45,000 and $45. How does it feel?
일단 그 전부터 형들이 나온
Feels really great to be winning the first week.
1주차에 좋은 성적 거둔 것 같아요. 기분 좋습니다.
And I think we got some really good results this week.
아무래도 마음을 많이 졸이셨을 것 같아요.
I think the weekly survivals got you guys really nervous, and a lot of people talked about player EJ's adjustment to the international stage. How does it feel? As I learned a lot during the weekly survivals, and I think I've gotten quite good. Yes, we're the strongest team. I think you can say that because you won. Let's talk with player Hansia.
네, 안녕하세요. 정말 쉴 틈 없이 달려온 일주일이 아니었나 싶습니다.
It was a really intense week, and the rules were changing constantly. I'm sure there were some challenges in adjusting. What kind of things were hard for you? There were a lot of changes in the rules from what we were used to from other tournaments, and so it was kind of hard to adjust to that, and we tried really hard. And with our team and with the coach, we discussed a lot to adjust each time. There were some judgments about the Korean team being a bit weak towards the taking home the chicken rule. And are you guys confident with this now? We're gonna do our best. You guys won this week, so you guys are gonna have plenty of energy to take you forward. I think you guys didn't get a lot of votes. You guys didn't make it into the higher ranks from after yesterday's game. How did it feel coming into this game today? There were a lot of mistakes. So after the game yesterday, we gave each other a lot of feedback, and we tried our hard to not be too down about the results, and so we tried our best today. Let's talk with player ACAT. You recorded 9 kills today. Congratulations. You've done really well in such an important game. How does it feel to win? So all the teams that made it up to the top ranks were really good teams. So it got me really nervous. But I know that the atmosphere of my own team is really important. So I really try to focus a lot on my own team. I think the final game, player ACAT, you really did some star play. And next week you're gonna make it into the weekly survivals. Are you confident about it? I think the chicken rule is a bit difficult. So yes, I'm confident, but I'm going to be doing my best so that we make it to the next weekly finals. As the winning team, is there anything you want to say to your competing teams? Let's all do our best, and my personal hope is that the Korean teams make it to the top. Player Kari, the final team, it was really great. And I think your play towards the end was really key in taking such a good result for your team. What were you thinking about when you were facing Team Liquid? Our teamwork was really important facing Team Liquid. Since you guys won, I think for the Pick'em challenge for next week, you guys are going to get way more votes. Is there anything you want to say to your fans?
지금 1주차 우승하면서
From winning this first week, I think we definitely feel really confident. So if you guys can hand us a lot of votes, we'd really appreciate that. I'm really expecting some great results next week, and congratulations one more time.
자, 이렇게 해서 PGI.S 위클리 파이널 1주차 우승팀이 된 아프리카 프릭스의 4명의 선수와 함께했고요. 계속해서 분석 데스크 만나보시죠.
Here, not only being able to round out the weekly final here at PGI.S, but able to just come off the back of the PWS victory as well over there in Asia. Just brilliant stuff from Africa Freaks all round. And again, you know, considering what we'd seen leading up to this Some people didn't have too many expectations as to what was going to be coming their way, but they round things out in the end. Froz, great to see them get this victory.
Yeah, great to see that they're able to round it out really nicely here towards the end. But also, I mean, they have kind of some new players on the team, and being able to perform to this level with that, it's surprising. But I mean, it kind of shows that they have the potential, even though in the ranking games, in the weekly survival, they were struggling a little bit. This is gonna give the confidence boost. This is going to show everyone this is what they can do.
And here you can see our current leaderboard in regards to the money earned, as Africa Freaks will take #1 spot. STK grabbing themselves that second place has leapfrogged a ton of teams, Avenger. So it's been a standout performance really for STK, despite not getting that #1 spot.
Yeah, second place here, obviously getting themselves the base of 25. No, the base of 12,500 plus what they made from their qualification, and they've been able to really put themselves into a nice spot here. This is crazy amount of money, and it's only getting higher from here, honestly.
The crowdfunding is going well. We have, yeah, I mean, the amount of money coming in from the crowdfunding already is insane. So thank you very much to everybody in being involved over in the game and watching how that is going on. You're getting yourself some nice skins as well for your troubles, and betting with your coupons, doing what you can. I know, Martin, you know, Infantry, they're still very high up in regards to their earnings so far here as well. So they're definitely going to be challenging as time goes on.
Yeah, I think infantry going forward, or they have my vote, or they have my vote of confidence at least. They've been able to play extremely well. They've been able to round it well. Also 4am, these two teams have really shown that they're standout teams on the international scale at least. So I'm looking forward to see more great things from them.
Yeah, definitely great. For us, looking at how things have gone for this first week, what's been your highlight? Don't say the grenade. Don't say the grenade. What?
It's gotta be the grenade. No, but honestly, I want to continue on the infantry train because I feel like they're the best team right now. Even though we see that Africa Freaks, of course, won this first weekly finals, infantry has been the team that has been most consistent throughout the whole PGI.S so far. I'm talking about from the seedings games down to the weekly survival, down to the weekly finals now, and it doesn't look like they're about to stop here either.
Yeah, definitely. So here are overall standings. Africa Freaks had a 5-point advantage over Shoot to Kill, but Shoot to Kill leapt up 5 places with that victory, with that performance that we saw from them. Just brilliant overall. 77 points going their way. 4 Angry Men and Infantry will take 3rd and 4th spot. So we didn't really talk too much just now about 4 Angry Men, apart from that grenade, of course, here, Martin. But they've looked stellar throughout this weekly final as well.
Yeah, they have been able to put kills on the board all the time, and obviously managing to get a 12-kill chicken dinner. They were extremely consistent in terms of kills, and I feel like they're in a position where they're really thinking about, okay, now we're playing with the super settings rules. Points means a lot in terms of kills, so we're going to constantly try to get more kills on the board. They're focused on stealing kills again rather than staying 4 up late all the time.
Definitely so. And with that, now we have our 16 teams that are starting out the next week's weekly survival lobby, of course, which is the 16 teams you see ahead of you. And we have already done our reseeding games as well for us, which resulted in, unfortunately for Digital Athletics, they will not be playing in week #2.
Yeah, I don't think anyone saw them that they were gonna be going down that hard coming into the reseeding games. I think almost everyone would think that they would have an easy time, but we can see their waiting list. Detonation Gaming actually got themselves that first place in the reseeding games, and they're gonna be the first team to join in, of course. And just to bring one thing up from the weekly survival that we had now in the first week, we had 5 teams from the waiting list that went through. So only 5 out of 11 teams from the waiting list went through. That means it's super crucial that you're playing from the first seeding itself.
Yeah, there's the big things to look at here. Obviously, Na'Vi did not have a great weekly final. They are going to be in danger zone unless they change things. Detonation Gaming and ENCE had a great weekly reseeding, I suppose, to get themselves into a decent spot. And also the re-emergence here, Avenger, of Multi-Circle Gaming, who looked like a different Multi-Circle Gaming compared to our previous week's worth of games.
Yeah, so especially coming up here in the weekly series, it's going to be really, really rough because these teams are not getting replaced by bad teams. We're talking Detonation Gaming White, ENCE, Damwon Kia, Multi-Circle Gaming, and these guys are back with more like bloodlust, I would say, because these guys, they really want to get into the weekly finals. They're looking at these prize money being handed out, and it's only getting bigger. They want to get in on the action, and I'm quite sure we're going to see one of these 4 teams qualify quite early on.
Definitely so. Any final thoughts for us before we're done for the week?
It's been an amazing week with starting off the PGI.S here, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen next week because we're already seeing so much adaptation from the teams in terms of the play style, and I think we're going to see even more happening, more changes coming in the next week here.
It is an ever-changing format. We have seen it come full circle here as teams have risen and teams have fallen throughout the week. Next week, we start week number 2 where it all starts rolling again. Weekly survival into weekly final, and the prize money keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. A huge thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world for PGI.S week 1. Next week, we've got week 2 on the way. We'll see you then for more PUBG action.